per amount. And to those who want to tweet about the entire conversation, please log on to your Wi-Fi. Go to your Wi-Fi, find Silver Springs, and the password is silver@2019. The password is silver@2019. So, to start off this occasion, ladies and gentlemen, let's first clap for our chief guest who is already here. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for keeping time. This is the Deputy Head of Mission of the French Embassy, Mr. Jean-Francois. Good to have you here. And later he will be addressing us. But before we go live, allow me to welcome the country coordinator of PELUM Uganda, Mrs. Luyimbazi Josephine Akia, to address us. And thereafter, we're going to have other people to give us a much more broader perspective as to why we're here and as to why this conversation is pertinent, possibly to reflect on the first, the second, and the third, and it will inform your actions and your commitments in this fourth one. Let's welcome Mrs. Luyimbazi to come and address us. Round of applause as she comes.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I know Uganda is one of those very good countries that really loves God. And I think it's only prudent for us to commit this day into the Lord's hands. And I'm going to request Brother Dr. Murongo to lead us with a word of prayer. A microphone, please. Brother, maybe you can come and use this.
Let us humble ourselves and put all these activities of today in the hands of God. Almighty God, I would like to thank you for the gift of life for each one of us here. I would like to thank you for the energy that you have given each one of the members present here. I want to thank you for the resources that you have given each one of us. I want to thank you for the knowledge that you have given to each one of us. And at this moment, Lord, I would like to pray that these gifts, these resources, these endowments be shared wholeheartedly without any condition. I ask this through Christ our Lord.
Thank you so much, brother. Once again, I'm Josephine Akia Luyimbazi, the country coordinator for Participatory Ecological Land Use Management, PELUM Uganda. Our chief guest, the head of mission, the deputy head of mission, Mr. Jean-Francois, thank you so much for honoring our invite and accepting to join us today. We'd also like to thank the Commissioner, Crop Production, Mr. Alex Rakwa. Thank you so much. The chairperson of our National Steering Committee, Mr. John Lodongoko. Sorry that you're walking in, but thank you so much. Our Secretary General for the PELUM Association, Mr. Hannington. We'd also want to recognize the presence of the representatives from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, that have joined us, but also online. Our funding partners, Oxfam, the Alliance for Food Sovereignty for Africa, Dr. Million and Bridget are with us, SOS Fame, Broadly Delin, by Vision Foundation, by Vision Africa Trust, Bread for the World, and ESAF that have partnered with us on this journey. Civil society organizations that together we call ourselves the National Agroecology Actors Platform, here present. Academia, Uganda Matters University, Mountains of the Moon, Chambogo University, Makerere University is also here. Researchers from the National Agriculture Research Organization, our different members that sit on the National Steering Committee of the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative, the media, and most especially our farmers and member organizations here present. All distinguished guests and protocol observed, thank you, all of you, for coming. Today, we are having our 4th National Agroecology Actors Symposium. 4th symbolizes that is the 4th that we've had ever since 2019. And this is being held under the theme, Unlocking Barriers for Scaling Up Agroecology in Uganda. Allow me just to remind ourselves how we came to be and how we started this whole journey. In 2018, there was the 2nd International Agroecology Symposium that was held in Rome by the Food and Agriculture Organization. And during that meeting, commitments were made that we should all try and see how we scale up agroecology. As PELUM, we inspired by these words, but we thought action would be much better into breathing life into this declaration. And as a result, we started on the journey of the National Agroecology Actors Symposium in 2019. And we thought we'd use this platform to realize the 5 key actions that were stipulated for scaling up agroecology. The first one was strengthening the central role of family farmers and civil societies towards safeguarding, utilizing, and accessing natural resources. Our guest of honor, we have family farmers amidst us. The other was to foster experience and knowledge sharing and collaboration, especially in research and innovation. This, we also have our members that are showcasing things just up on the podium. Promoting markets of agroecological products. Yesterday we were here and we had our very first Agroecology Market and Systems Expo, trying to see how we can together brainstorm on the barriers that are failing agroecological products to penetrate territorial markets. Reviewing institutional policy, legal, and financial frameworks that promote agroecology transition to sustained food systems. We started on the process of developing the National Agroecology Strategy, and this will also be shared today. Taking agroecology to scale through integrated and participatory tutorial processes. All the members present commit to this agenda, and that's why we continuously convene to take stock and see how much we've been able to achieve. And this was basically born, and as a result, PELUM Uganda, in collaboration with other organizations and the FAO, stormed the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. And with the help and leadership of the Commissioner, Mr. Alex Rakuba, we developed a letter requesting the ministry that we take lead on this process, and also requested that we have a particular ministry that helps us take lead in this process. And it was a prayer answered that at least the permanent secretary designated the Department of Crop Production to take lead and also give us a focal person on issues of organic agriculture and agroecology. We're very grateful to that process. Thank you so much, Mr. Alex Rakuba and Bob, for steering us through this process. Our idea was to see that we have the National Agroecology Strategy. It was our only safeguard to ensure that we have agroecology adopted in Uganda. And just like James just said, when you find an idea, what you can't stop thinking, that you can't stop thinking about, that's probably the good one to pursue. And our idea was to pursue the National Agroecology Strategy. We're still very determined to pursue that to the very end. Just to remind us why we're here today, it's the 4th National Agroecology Actors Symposium. And we are here basically to see how we can influence the policy processes around scaling up agroecology. We'll want to also see how we provide a platform for agroecological actors to share experiences and strategies for food systems that are transformative through scaling up agroecology. We know this is the only way we shall be able to address most of the challenges that we're facing when it comes to the unsustainable food systems, but also in terms of creating lasting solutions to some of the things that we're grappling within the agriculture sector: climate change, pests and diseases, the loss of biodiversity, but most importantly, the loss of who we are, our true identity, our African heritage. Creating awareness on the role of agroecology in transforming Uganda's food systems, remobilizing actors towards scaling up agroecology, and creating awareness on those barriers that are limiting us to scale agroecology, but also together brainstorm on the strategies to address these challenges. All of us here have a very unique depth of wisdom, knowledge, experience, and networks. And we can't do this alone unless we come together and join efforts. And I would like to end by re-emphasizing a quote from the former President Barack Obama of the United States: "Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We are the change we want to seek if we need to transform and upscale agroecology in Uganda." Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Josephine, Akia, Mrs. Limbazi, for that preamble to take us there. Obama said change is singular. The change we want, we're actually the ones who are going to bring it here. And those online, we understand we have an online platform, the ones on Zoom. We want to welcome you on board. Thank you so much for joining us on the 4th Symposium of Agroecology Actors. And we understand the ones on YouTube, you're equally streaming this conversation and on Facebook. This conversation will later go broadcasted live on NTV while we are having a panel. Those who are just joining in, please call your friends and family to join the conversation online. Allow me to welcome the PELUM Association Secretary General, Mr. Hannington Wengi, to address us as well. Mr. Hannington, let's give him a round of applause as he comes. This is our Association Secretary General. The Secretary Generals in this country have power, and in every forum where we go to. But this is in regards to PELUM. And to those following the conversation, the hashtag is NAAS, Symposium UG, and Agroecology Week 22.
Thank you, moderator. To the head of mission, Commissioner representative of our Minister of Agriculture, Assistant Director, Commissioner, representative of national research institutions, civil society organizations, funding partners, representative from academia, former representative. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you and thank you for having time to join us in this very important occasion. My name is Owegi Hannington. I represent PELUM Association, as has been mentioned. We would like to thank the organizing committee for PELUM Uganda for organizing this symposium. It's the fourth one, if I can remember. And also for mobilizing stakeholders to find time to join us in this very important process. So thank you very much, PELUM Uganda, and the committee that is working around this, this process. About PELUM Association, we are a network, and we are working in 13 countries in Africa right now. And we are so passionate about agroecology and the food system that support our livelihoods. And Uganda has been doing a great job in bringing stakeholders in this process. So PELUM Association, we have PELUM Uganda, we have got PELUM Kenya and others, Tanzania, Rwanda, we have got PELUM Zimbabwe, PELUM Zambia, PELUM Eswatini. In September last year, we had a conference on agroecology, which brought together all the PELUM families and other stakeholders held in South Africa, Eswatini to be precise, where we were able to share a lot about the work of agroecology, and we were able to exchange ideas, because basically our platform is for exchanging network ideas on how to come up with strategies to address the various challenges facing farmers with regard to agroecology. And there are quite a number of them, of such challenges. We work in collaboration and partnerships with various networks in trying to bring in the change we want to see in our food system through agroecology. We are working very closely with AFSA, Africa Food Sovereignty Alliance. They are our strongest partner in this process, and they are actually taking a leading role in the continent in bringing about the change in agroecology. We are very happy to have them with us here, Dr. Emilio with us, and we are very happy to continue partnering and engaging. We also recognize the work that has been done in agroecology by our partners in Kenya through ISAF, that is through PELUM Kenya, and other networks that in the region that we are working with closely on the area of agroecology. We would like to encourage other stakeholders and collaborators to join us in this process. And through joining this process is when we can be able to bring the change we desire to see. So we encourage all those stakeholders and actors that are out there that may have not joined the process to join and be with us in the process of trying to bring the transformation that we want to see in agroecology and food system in the continent. We are pushing towards having a continental and international conferences on agroecology so that we can be able to exchange ideas and learn, and together we can grow to the level we want to be. As has been mentioned, we are here today to share our experience and our learnings on areas of agroecology, what has been the challenge for the farmers, how we can be able to come up with clear strategies of supporting farmers to transit into agroecology. These are very key areas of discussions. So we are here to learn, share experience, and also to develop strategies that can be able to help us to grow. So mine is to wish you a very fruitful and very interactive deliberations and discussions as we move toward this process. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a healthy, very constructive, and interactive engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hannington Owenji. He happens to be the Secretary General. Allow me to welcome our board chair, Dr. Christopher Cheswa, to come on the dresses. We're trying to get done with a lot of protocol, and thereafter we shall dive into our conversation. This is our board chair. Let's clap for him as he makes his way here.
Thank you, Andrew, moderator this morning. Our guest of honor, the Commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture, Assistant Commissioner, who is also my chair on the National Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative, Uganda, our development partners represented here, members of PELUM and other civil society organization representatives with us here, members of the academia, researchers, and the media, the fourth estate. You are all most welcome to this occasion today. On behalf of the board of PELUM and also the membership of PELUM, which stands at 66 members, I wish to welcome you to this intellectual discourse today, when we share knowledge and information that has accumulated over the last year when we last met here. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and for those who have supported us in all the other ways. Thank you so much. In the interest of time, we will not go into the details of who has supported us in which way, but all of you present, thank you so much. And it's my hope that at the end of the day, we will have and find value in the time that we are going to spend together here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Board Chair. I'm very time conscious, and you really did me good. Allow me at this time to welcome, on behalf of government, we're going to welcome the chairperson of the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative, that is YOI, the National Steering Committee of Uganda, that is Mr. Lodonkol John from Mayif, and he will later invite our chief guest. Let's clap for him. This is government. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you very much, Protocol. Good morning, participants. My name is John Lodungokon, Assistant Commissioner, Crop Production, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, as well as the chairperson of the National Agroecological Organic Initiative. I'm privileged to give my remarks. First, I want to thank the Ambassador of France, if present, Commissioner Crop Resources, who happens to be my immediate supervisor and mentor, Mr. Alex Rakuba, you're welcome, who's also the guest of honor. Assistant Commissioner in the Directorate of Agricultural Extension Services, present. The Chairperson Agriculture Committee of Parliament, also present. The representatives from Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. The Chairperson of the Regional Steering Committee, Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative. The representatives from funding partners, which the chair of PELUM Uganda said he cannot name them, but you are all welcome. The General Coordinator of Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, civil society representatives and organizations, the academians present, we still recognize you, and you're very welcome. Not forgetting the farmers, that all our efforts are geared towards supporting them. You're welcome. I'm not forgetting my media, that making us live. Also those watching virtually, and for you physically, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to appreciate all participants that are attending this physically, virtually, and also YouTube streaming, as the moderator had indicated. I want to appreciate the organizers of the 4th National Agroecology Actor Symposium, the NAAS, who has taken time to bring us together, different stakeholders, to mention the policymakers, the government ministries, the departments. I see crop production fully represented, from the immediate supervisor to his assistant are all represented here. The agencies, again the media, academic and research institutions, Makerere, UMI, Guru, whoever is around, youth organization is around, civil society, private sector farmers from different regions of Uganda. I will appreciate you. And I recognize the significance of the theme today, which is unlocking barriers for scaling up agroecology in Uganda, recognizing the long-term efforts essentially needed for unlocking ideological barriers to its political recognition, supporting farmers to farmer networks, providing an enabling public policy environment, taking specific actions for empowering women and improving agriculture and food governance. Ultimately, strong action will be needed for disseminating the disproportionate market power of those using their influence to hijack and format agricultural and food systems to serve their own private interests. I want to share with you the government initiatives to conserve agricultural biodiversity and promote agroecology, such as the National Gene Bank, present in Uganda now, the National Seed Policy and Draft Plant Genetics Resources for Food and Agriculture, and the Sustainable Land Management Investment Frameworks against other legal frameworks of Uganda. You are aware we have the National Organic Agriculture Policy. We have the strategy which the CEO of PELUM Uganda already gave you the highlights that were on IKEA when developing this strategy. And also the National Development Plan 3 and the Sustainable Development Goals. All these frameworks are in support of this idea. And then we also have the issues of the global industrial agriculture. I was challenged by a combination of climate changes, which the biodiversity loss, which has affected our biodiversity, and the growing demand for food, fiber, and energy that is required to meet the needs of the people that we are serving, specifically the farmers. This population is estimated at 7.4 billion and growing at a rate of 1.13% per year on static natural resources. It means all efforts should be there to rejuvenate these natural resources. You know also how agroecology and its approaches are by far the best option to make this radical required shift. For that to happen, peasants, consumers, pastoralists, indigenous communities, and other civil society actors will have to regain control over the food system, over the food cycle. This is primarily what agroecology as a movement, as a union, is all about. Reclaiming the rights of peoples to healthy and culturally appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, which are managing nature, managing the earth, managing the biodiversity. And their right to define their own food and agricultural systems, which is clearly mentioned in the Yeleni Declaration of 2007, which is the right to food sovereignty. I also want to take advantage to provide you the Uganda's cooperative advantage for agroecology production and the widely untapped growing global market for ecological organic products, which our whole world is advocating for these healthy and good products. Our partnership with MAIF, in particular the Department of Crop Production, where I see it, and nominated to be the chair of the National Agricultural Organic Initiative Steering Committee. That chairs the National Steering Committee and our efforts in engaging the ministry to develop the national strategy for scaling up the agroecology. I want to say thank you for that. And I also, on a big note, want to ask my members of the NAAS, if they are here, to raise their hands for your recognition again that they are behind this heavily, that this strategy is finalized. Members, are you around? Proud of you and proud of your inputs. Raise your hand for members to see. They can stand. For the media to see, we want you. National Steering Committee members. Very good. Those are the brains behind these strategies, working hand in hand with crop production. I want to call upon all actors to promote initiatives that enhance agricultural biodiversity, including the indigenous, traditional, neglected, and underutilized species that enhance nutrition of Uganda's population. Government currently is supporting the neglected crops of macadamia, avocado, cashew nut, all in all, are growing towards the promotion of these indigenous and neglected crops, which now we call them fruits of gold. If you have, for example, 1,000 plants of avocado, you see how that gold is in your household. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to wish everyone fruitful deliberation and ensure you participate fully. I submit for God and my country.
Thank you so much. That is Mr. Dogol John. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our chief guest from the French Embassy. This is the Deputy Head of Mission, Mr. Jean-Francois. Let's clap for him as he comes.
morning to all of you. I'm Jean-François Perru, Deputy Head of Mission at the French Embassy. And I'm very happy to be with you this morning. Very proud as well, because of course I'm not an expert of agroecology. I'm only a diplomat. But I can recognize an expert when I see one, and I see many of them in this audience this morning. It's quite an impressive audience, I have to say. Experts, representative of the government, representative of the civil society, farmers, researchers, all gathered this morning to talk about, yes, unlocking barriers for scaling up agroecology in Uganda, which is a very crucial topic here in this country. And before starting my speech, I would like to thank you all for all the work you are doing. You're really experts of making this world a better world, and I would like to acknowledge your work this morning and to thank you all for everything you are doing for Uganda, for yourself, for your families, for your communities, but for the entire world as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much again. I would like to thank PELUM for this invitation, of course. Agroecology, it's really a topic the France and the French Embassy is caring for, because we've been strongly supporting politically, both nationally and internationally by France for the past 10 years. Indeed, agroecology has been an integrated approach, simultaneously applies ecological but also social concepts, and it seeks to optimize the interactions between plants, animals, humans, and the environment, acknowledging and considering all the social aspects that needs to be addressed for a sustainable and fair food system. In doing so, agroecology relies on diversity, synergies, efficiency, resilience, recycling, co-creation, and sharing knowledge. That's what we are doing this morning, human and social values, culture and food traditions, responsible governance, circular and solidary economy. All these ideas and values directly echo, first of all, to the traditional French agricultural expertise, as France, as you may know, is the first agricultural producer in the European Union, but also to the French values in line with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. France is then at the front line when it comes to agroecology in the international sphere and in the international system. And during the international conference of the One Planet Summit, agroecology has been put as the priority solution for climate change adaptation. Our country and the European Union are mobilized on agroecology through policies and cooperation instruments in partnership with international organizations like Food and Agricultural Organization, the World Food Programme, International Fund for Agricultural Development, and the Committee on World Food Security. On the African continent, this involvement resulted in ambitious projects like the Great Green Wall for the Sahel. France contributes up to 600 million euros to the accelerator of the Great Green Wall through the French Development Agency, AFD. Also, the joint deliverable on the development of plant proteins in Africa, launched at the EU-African Union Summit, and which includes the promotion of agroecological practices, is another result of this ambition. But Uganda, as a country, faces many challenges with agroecology that can be responded to. Indeed, Uganda is the 14th country the most vulnerable to climate change in the world, and some part of the country one may mention the Karamoja region, for example, is already heavily hit by climate change and its consequences, like the increasing food insecurity and hunger. The increasing population and the sustainability of Ugandan refugees integration model require adaptation and resilience solutions that could be brought through agroecology. This is the reason why our embassy has worked hand in hand with local Ugandan actors to support agroecology initiatives in the country. These partnerships promote agroecology in both humanitarian and development spectrums. And indeed, from 2017 to July 2022, in the program and in the framework of the Food Aid Program, the Embassy of France supported action against hunger to provide food vouchers, but also agroecological training for refugees in Akivale and Chengwali to strengthen resilience. Since June 22, with our support, NGO Acted implements a program on food security in Amudat and Nakapiripirit, from which one component also includes trainings in agroecology. On the development spectrum, from April 2019 to May 2021, our embassy aimed at promoting sustainable and inclusive agriculture that protects the environment and people in Uganda in collaboration with the Ugandan universities and actors. Eventually, for the past 2 years, through a program in partnership with the Stanbic Business Incubator Limited, we are supporting women and young entrepreneurs in the agroecology and ecotourism. Part of this later program, we are proud to contribute and participate in this 4th National Agroecology Actors Symposiums. To finish and to end my speech, our experience in this field through the years has shown us that there is indeed a need to unlock these barriers. And discussion should be pursued in order to better structures the agroecological market and ecosystem in Uganda. Collective and territorial approach, dissemination of knowledge, current public policies are discussion points regarding the next step for agroecology in the country. And this symposium today is a platform to exchange on these solutions. Let me conclude here. Let me wish you very fruitful discussion today, safe discussion today, and let me thank you again for your invitation, and let me thank you again for all your work. Thank you very much.
We really want to thank you so much, Jean-Francois, the Deputy Head of the Mission of the French Embassy, and indeed, thanks to the French Embassy and the country, the commitments towards agroecology. Ladies and gentlemen, for you to understand what it means to unlock the barriers of scaling up the agroecology in the country, we're going to have a presentation from Dr. Brother Murungo Marius, and this is going to shape the entire conversation. And those ones following online, we want to pick some of your opinions. Kindly drop them in the chat box. I'll pick a couple of feedback there, and we shall have this conversation going forward. But allow me to welcome Dr. Brother Murungo Marius to present this to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to note that there is no nation that is greater than its teachers. There is no nation that is greater than its teachers. On this note, therefore, my protocol is going to be rather different from the other protocols that we have already received. I would like to thank the previous speakers for giving us the protocol, and I would not like to repeat that protocol. However, I would like to recognize my teachers. I know he is caught off guard, but I would like to recognize first and foremost Dr. Robert Murebeke, who is the current Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture of Chambogo University. He was my teacher in class, not only my teacher, but also a research supervisor. I met him this morning. He looks much younger than I am. And I am wondering why teachers don't want to grow old. Doctor, and all the teachers who are in this room, congratulations, we are great. I would like to recognize the presence of students, past and present. If you have ever been a student and you are in this room, please clap for yourself. You are great. And there are those who are students and were our students here. So take another moment to learn an extra lesson today. Most importantly, and I would like to repeat this, most importantly, in this gathering, I would like to recognize the farmers. At what level you are. There is no nation that is greater than its teachers, but I want to leave this place when we have agreed that the farmers are more important in a nation that is not greater than its teachers. Otherwise, without the farmers, none of us would be healthy here. So let me recognize the government agencies with its officials, the NGOs and the CSOs, and then distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to deliver on behalf of stakeholders a keynote speech at this very important forum of the 4th National Agroecology Symposium. I would like to first congratulate the organizers, in particular, PELUM Uganda, that collaborated with other stakeholders from the National Agroecology Actors Platform for successfully organizing this event. And I would think a hand clap would be very good, so that it keeps our blood saturating. If the blood does not saturate, it means even my lesson is going to stop somewhere on the neck here. You are going to hear, you are going to see, and then it is going to stop here. And it would be very unfortunate. But when we clap, it goes to the hands. Another hand clap for the organizers. Thank you. I acknowledge the presence of all the stakeholders and hold trust that all of you participants are not only keenly following the progress of the symposium, but also enjoying your stay here at Silver Springs Hotel. We also want to thank the hotel for giving us this opportunity to have this gathering here. I also would like to recognize the great efforts of the co-organizing team who worked very hard to conceptualize the substance of this great symposium. We are here, but there must have been a great brain behind this gathering. The theme of this symposium is Unlocking Barriers for Scaling Up Agroecology in Uganda. And by its face value, just by looking at it, there is something that it suggests, that there is an agent, there is a custodian somewhere who not only locked the opportunities for agroecology growth, but is some kind of jealously hiding the key to the successful solutions to agroecological scaling out and scaling up. Because why should we talk of unlocking? And this custodian, this kind of agent, are these barriers we are referring to. Our theme today recognizes that there are barriers, but the barriers are not without solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, these barriers are not without solutions. This is precisely the reason why we are here. We are here so that together we can create answers to questions, share experiences, mobilize and remobilize agroecology actors to collectively strategize towards advancement of the scaling up agroecology initiatives, but most importantly, create awareness on the key barriers to scaling up and advancing agroecology, such that Uganda's food systems are transformed to become inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. That's why we are here. Ask questions. If we cannot get an answer, we go and research. And I will make sure I also give you some questions in that area. In tracing the origin of the factors hindering agroecological development, let us reflect on 3 key questions. You see, now I have started. And I will be very, very happy and grateful if I see you pick a pen and take these 3 particular questions. These 3 particular questions are going to follow us throughout the discussion, and the answers started yesterday, those who attended yesterday, and they are going to run through, they will even go to the field. Now, the first question, I'm going to move slowly. If our peasant farmers were capable of managing their ecological resources and responding to environmental changes in the past, if our peasant farmers were capable of managing their ecological resources and responding to environmental changes in the past, why are we increasingly incapable of doing so today? I am seeing answers. You got the question? Let me boldly repeat it. If our peasant farmers were capable of managing their ecological resources and responding to environmental changes in the past, why are we increasingly incapable of doing so today? There is the second question that rises from the first one. And this second question has also 2 parts. And it goes, is this incapability to respond positively to the changes because, 1, the planner, the stakeholder, or the actor, now I am referring to us who are here, has too low an expectation of what the farmers can achieve for themselves? Are we taking the farmers for granted? That's what the question refers. Is the planner having very low expectation of what the farmers can achieve for themselves, or because the problems are now on a different and a much less readily manageable scale than previously? Are the problems too big compared to the problems our forefathers, our forefarmers had? That's another question. And the third question is, or would it be that agroecological or agricultural science and the key role assigned to the experts are key elements of establishing technocratic hegemony in furtherance of the barriers for agroecological or ecological development? The technocratic hegemony, I don't want the technocrats from the ministries to take me otherwise, but even this third question also takes us, those who are in universities, who have technical knowledge. So these three questions need answers if we must unlock the barriers. What happened? Is it poor planning, or it is because of technocratic issues? Now, once the basic question on peasant farmers is clearly understood, I mean the first question, you'll find that the third question and the second question will find their answers. So agroecology in principle is a response to the negative ecological, social, and economic impacts of industrial agriculture. We are trying to reverse the effects of industrial agriculture. And what does agroecology do? It attempts to preserve the autonomy of peasant agriculture from the growing influence of industrial agriculture. And this definitive position of agroecology is supported by a majority of peasants, development organizations, social movements, women organizations, NGOs, and practitioners of agroecology. Peasant agriculture, call it family farming. In her introductory remarks, the coordinator of PELUM Uganda referred to family farmers here. So family farming is a notion in practice that discusses a multiplicity of agrarian systems resulting from a huge diversity of associated activities. It is the agriculture in the strict sense of, say, livestock reared, crops grown, crop growing and animal rearing techniques, modes of social organization, and sources of incomes from crops, livestock, handcraft, and wage work. So you can see the peasant farming or family farming is all round. So these peasant activities are commonly characterized predominantly by their particular traditional forms. And what are they? First, they are referred to as a family. I believe each one of us comes from a family. And I would like to have this analogy of a family to agroecology. What does a family do? A family plays a central role in the organization of ways of life and agricultural production and productivity. Production, Mr. Alex usually gives us these lectures when it comes to production and productivity. So production and productivity, production is the process and productivity is the efficiency of the process. And the family plays a key role when it comes to production and the efficiency of production that they constitute. Two, families are rooted in their environment and in local conditions within which they structure their social and economic activities. That local environment in which the family lives is very, very important. And the third one, Existing relations between members of the family influence choices of activities, the organization of family work, the distribution of responsibilities and incomes, the way inputs of production, land, water, seeds, raw materials, equipment, credits, etc. are managed, farming techniques, and the transmission of the family patrimony. Those who have ever been athletes, there is this sport called relay. You run very fast and then you give the stick to somebody. You have passed on the motion. The farming has been doing that one for quite a long time, passing on the family patrimony. And then, the mobilization of domestic labor force is central in the family. So I would like you to look back and see, are our families still doing this in terms of agriculture, or they have been invaded? We are answering the first question, our peasant farmers. This form of agriculture is proper to the country. Peasant farming is proper to the country, or a region in a particular country that is homogeneous in terms of lifestyle, ethnicity, landscape, and environment. This is the reason why they are referred to as peasant. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't call it peasant farming because it is backward. No. It is because of the characteristics I have given above. This homogeneity, notably the ethnic homogeneity, leads to a strong solidarity between households. Social cohesion. And we seem to have lost all these above. I don't know which direction we took. And that's the reason why now we are here to unlock. That's a rock we are rocking. Now, in family farming, large proportions of the family groups are headed by women. And women play major roles at various levels such as production, processing and marketing activities, managing natural resources like soil, water, forests and energy, selecting seeds. However, despite their crucial roles in agricultural and food production, women in families are facing gender inequalities, which are prevalent in both traditional and modern agricultural value chains. So if you disentangle the woman from this process, then we are going to be coming here several times, unlocking the barriers. And that part in this lecture is actually in bold, showing the importance of the female in the production process as far as agroecology is concerned. The rooting of traditional peasant agriculture in the social, cultural, ecological, and economic local context induces important characteristics. One, charity must begin at home. Why? Whereas the liberalization of agriculture encourages a number of farms to produce primarily for export markets, traditionally, peasant agriculture are chiefly committed to addressing local needs. In one of my recent classes, I challenged a group. Said, these days, you milk cows, after milking the cow, you take all the milk to the dairy plant, and you go back and give water to the children. They were not happy. Charity begins at home. Milk the cow, give the children milk, take the surplus to the dairy plant. That is what peasant agriculture does. And that's how our four farmers managed. Secondly, agricultural produce is first and foremost committed to household needs and local markets. Then, surpluses are disposed within economic networks that extend beyond the frontiers of the local economy. The third one, since local needs are very diverse, peasant agricultures are by their very nature multifunctional. So many functions within. While generating food, feed, fiber, and fuel, they remain as their main task. They do not abdicate the role of performing environmental functions such as protecting biodiversity, preserving landscape, maintaining hydrological equilibria, or structuring social relations in rural areas. So the prime aim of farming is provide food, fiber, fuel, and feed for animals, food for human beings. So a system would have said, we have food, we have the 4 F's, nothing else we want. So traditional agriculture would go ahead to perform these other functions, making sure that biodiversity is and other things are maintained. Another important feature of peasant agriculture is that traditionally they employ a closed production process that ensures that the farm's autonomy and the active control of its management is in the hands of the household. These days we are talking of the circular economy. Everything within the farm remains on the farm. And peasant agriculture used to do that very well. Resources are as much as possible self-controlled and self-managed. By the fact that we are here trying to unlock the barriers, there must be an agent now controlling the production process, controlling the production resources. So the peasant tends to make the most efficient use of productive resources of the land while protecting their own spaces. As clearly observed by Artier, I am a student of Artier. Artier is an agroecologist, and this is what he observes, that in agroecology, the traditional farming systems, the peasant farming, the link between agriculture and ecology is strong, and signs of environmental degradation are seldom evident, and peasants co-evolve with nature. The link between agriculture and ecology is strong. Environmental degradation is seldom, and peasants co-evolve with nature. They are not outside the natural environment, they tend to be part of nature itself. So what are the challenges? Now that one was answering the first question. When we get the answer to the first question, we can situate the answers for the second and the third. And at the beginning of my speech, my lecture, we agreed that I was going to give you questions as take home. Take home can be answered here. And some of those questions will be answered in the preceding speeches. So the second and the third, look for the answers. The challenge is, contrary to what its detractors often claim, agroecology is scalable. As a matter of fact, as Artier noted, it has already been spread and applied by many farming communities worldwide, reaching millions of farmers and millions of hectares in Africa, in Asia, and in the Americas. But it could be far more diffused given the great potential it offers for meeting sustainability challenges. We are saying, by coming here, we are saying that it's not yet enough. The barriers to this intention are, but not strictly limited to the following. Number one, ideological obstructions to political recognition. The ideas, we have certain ideas that now have been preventing the agroecology knowledge from being recognized by the political class. And at this moment, I would like to thank Mr. Alex. I'm now thanking him as a colleague because we interact so much, and Mr. John, that in Uganda, and the other colleagues, Sunday, I don't see him here, they have worked so hard to break this barrier to political recognition. And if I was you, I would have clapped for them. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, John. But we need more. So that's the very, very strong barrier. Ideological obstructions to political recognition. The second one, insufficient support for farmer-to-farmer networks. The third one, absence of or unclear presence of an enabling public policy environment. Now this one is general, but I would like to report from what I have seen that in Uganda we are a class ahead in also breaking this barrier, because we have an inaugurated policy already on organic agriculture, the national organic agriculture policy. But before this area was a very, very serious barrier. Now we can use this policy to make some claims. Yes. The other one is lack of properly designed agricultural and trade policies in support of peasants and agroecological approaches. Lack of priority of agroecology in agricultural research and extension services. This one is going to us who are in universities. I see quite a number of professors here, and to my senior teacher, Dr. Robert, that it is very difficult to have a proposal at a higher level of study, PhD, masters, in the area of agroecology approved for research in the universities. Unless that barrier is broken, then we are not yet to unlock. Then finally, failure to improve agricultural and food governance. Now, with these barriers, there are some indicators. What are the indicators? The indicators, the global industrial agriculture, agroecology, and agroecology are being challenged by a combination of climate change, biodiversity loss, and the growing demand for food, feed, fiber, and energy required to meet the needs of escalating population per year, but the natural resources are static. That's an indicator that there is a problem. While intensive monoculture and industrial food systems have been appreciated for increasing yield, which is necessary to feed growing population, they have come at a high cost to the environment, which in turn threatens the sustainability of these gains. You go for your chemical application, but in the end you are going to pay heavily a good cost, both in the pocket and in the environment. And the last challenge is that with the number of undernourished people estimated at 842 million people, that is the figure for 2011-2013 by the World the Food and Agriculture Organization. This is an indicator that if we went industrial and we still have 842 million people suffering from hunger, there is a question with industrial agriculture. That is not enough. There is an increase in greenhouse gas emission, has created social inequalities among actors in the whole agriculture food supply chain, and it has done a good job, in quotes, in polluting the environment. So, what's the role of agroecology? The agroecology and its approaches are by far the best option to take to make a radical required shift. For that to happen, peasants, consumers, pastoralists, indigenous communities, and other civil society actors will have to regain control over the food system. And this is what our chief guest alluded to in his speech. We need to gain control over our food system. How and what do we unlock? The following approaches, which, as a matter of fact, speak to the objectives of this symposium, may unlock the barriers to agroecological development. 1, devote efforts to raising awareness and disseminating key messages amongst relevant key policymakers and extension agents to destigmatize the image of peasant and deconstruct the persisting misconceptions about peasant agriculture and agroecology, which impede political recognition and support. 2, collaborate with researchers and practitioners to enhance the knowledge base for agroecological approaches and collect more evidence on their impacts, including in terms of economic viability and constraints. 3, support efforts of agroecological farmers. Support efforts of agroecological farmers. 4, provide better institutional and political recognition at the local, regional, national, and international level. Recognize the farmer-to-farmer networks, peasant organizations for their participation and contribution to an inclusive and transition process towards sustainable, equitable, and resilient food systems. These farmers have done a good job, but seldom do we recognize them. Provide financial support to such networks and organizations while respecting their autonomy to facilitate their functioning and strengthen their capacity to engage in farmer-led research and horizontal spread of agroecological innovations. So we need farmer-led research, not the university or technocratic led research. Finally, in conclusion, agriculture and food systems are confronted with multiple sustainability challenges, and all of them need to be addressed, ensuring that everyone has access to sufficient, high-quality, nutritional, healthy, and culturally appropriated food. Culturally appropriated food, not only today, but also in the future, contributing to sustainable economic growth and eradicating poverty, preserving biodiversity and natural resources, making agriculture resilient to climate change while mitigating global warming, empowering women and putting peasants back in control of agriculture and food systems for realizing food sovereignty. In this, agroecology represents the best effort ever made to address simultaneously, through holistic approaches, sustainability challenges. The shift from the current industrial food system to agroecology will not happen unexpectedly. We must plan for it. It will require positive actions from overcoming obstacles that for too long have prevented the real change to happen at local, regional, and global scale. Efforts to scale up agroecology will imply increasing the agroecological integration of industrial farms to the extent possible, whether large or small scale, to make them more sustainable. It has been an honor to be among the individuals selected to present my perspective before you all. And I would like once again to thank PELUM Uganda, and I want to congratulate all of you. Thank you very much.
Well, it's such an honor. Thank you so much. Let's clap for Dr. Brother Murongo Marius. That was detailed to the core. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I want to welcome you again officially to this great occasion. We are having the 4th annual Agroecological Actors Symposium, and we are live from a Silver Springs Hotel here in Bugolobi. And those who are just joining the conversation on NTV, we want to welcome you. And before we go into any further ado, allow me to welcome the country coordinator, Mrs. Luyimbazi Akia Josephine from PELUM Uganda, to broaden our understanding of this to those who are just joining us on television. Let's welcome Mrs. Luyimbazi Akia to address us.
Thank you so much, Andrew. For the ones that are physically present, just bear with us. The online session started at 11, and for that reason, we just have to try and make them connect and follow what is taking place. I'm Josephine Akia Luyimbazi, the country coordinator for participatory ecological land use management. All protocol observed. Allow me bring us to why we are here, which is the 4th National Agroecology Actors Symposium. 4th in the sense that it's the 4th that we are having ever since 2019. And how did we get to this space? In 2018, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations held its 2nd International Agroecological Summit. That was held in Rome, to be precise, April. And this was meant to discuss a number of issues around agroecology, but majorly scaling up agroecology initiatives with a strong call for dialogue. As a result, there were 5 key actions for scaling up agroecology that came from this symposium. 1 was strengthening the role of family farmers that are physically present today in our midst, but also to foster experience and knowledge sharing, looking at collaborative research and innovation from the different actors that are promoting agroecology. The 3rd was to promote markets of agroecological products, and this we also have a number of interventions, one of which was held yesterday and launched, and that was the Agroecology Market Systems Expo. This was Ugandan, but we were also blessed to host through the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa that held the very first continental convening on territorial markets early this year. To review institutional policy, legal, and financial frameworks that promote agroecology transition to sustainable food systems. We all know that most of us, especially our governments and civil society organizations, rely on funding that is coming from elsewhere. And one of the call to actions as agroecological promoters towards scaling up is the issue of financing agroecology. We can't do this by ourselves. We need as many people to come in and see how we can invest in agroecology. How do our friends that are supporting the other forms of agriculture, especially conventional, issues around biotechnology, how can all these resources be channeled towards the growth of agroecology so that we scale it up? Take agroecology to scale through integrated and participatory tutorial processes. When Brother was making his keynote, he alluded to the wealth of knowledge that is within the family farmers. On Tuesday, we had the very first youth summit, and there was a lot of innovation, a lot of energy that was coming from the youth. We need to see how we tap into this for us to be able to call this a participatory process and take it up to scale. In terms of PELUM Uganda, with all the other actors that are present here, a number of initiatives have been taken. But in the very first agroecology symposium that was held in 2019, what you, our delegates, mandated us to do was to ensure that we develop a policy or a strategy that will see us to scale agroecology. And as a result, this was mandated to PELUM Uganda. We were able to approach the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries to see that this process is done in the right way, and were guided the best way to do it was developing a national agroecology strategy. A letter was written, a whole department was directed to work with us, and we are so blessed, and that is the crop production. And we've closely also been working with our commissioner, Mr. Alex Rakuba, and the focal point person for the very first time within the Ministry of Agriculture, were designated a focal point person on issues of agroecology. Very passionate, very educated, and knowledgeable on issues of agroecology. As a result, the journey started towards the development of the National Agroecology Strategy. Early this year, we held an inception meeting to see how we are going to put this into paper, for us to be able to own the process based on the issue of participation. We've so far been able to hold 4 consultative meetings on the draft National Agroecology Strategy. We were able to do this in Fort Portal. We also did this in Mukono for the Central Region. We were in Mbale for the Eastern Region, and also in Gulu for the Northern Region. However, what is left? We need to consult ministries, departments, and agencies. We also need to get the input from academia. We need the thoughts of the researchers who increasingly we say are doing conventional research and little or none towards agroecology. But we also want to tap into the thoughts of the civil society actors and the non-state actors, especially private sector, towards owning this whole process. Those are the 2 processes that are pending, and the consultant is available to show us how the draft National Agroecology Strategy looks like. Today, and especially during the consultative meetings, we had a number of challenges, a lot of questions there that were coming from the participants, and that is what we are calling the barriers. So this particular National Agroecology Actors Symposium is focusing on unlocking the barriers, those that are standing in the way of scaling up agroecology in Uganda. We also intend to create awareness on the role of agroecology in terms of transforming Uganda's food systems. We want to also mobilize actors. We are already mobilized, but we are doing another mobilization. Because if you look at the principles of agroecology, participation, synergy, diversity are very critical. We want to create awareness on the barriers that we identified, but together, try to see how we can brainstorm on solutions and how we can address this to ensure that agroecology is widely adopted in Uganda. That's why we're here, and I welcome you all, and thank you for giving us your time to be with us today so that we can brainstorm and see how we can move this agenda forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Josephine. And friends who are just joining us on the TV, we're having the 4th annual Agroecology Forum or Symposium. And we have friends in the Parliament. Before I have my panel come through, allow me to invite our very dear friend on the floor of Parliament. He has always advocated for the agroecology practices. She happens to be the woman member of Parliament for Chiboga, a shadow minister for water and environment, the chairperson of the Uganda Parliamentarians Land Management Forum, the secretary Food and Nutrition Parliamentary Forum. She's a mother, she's a wife, she's a sister. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Honorable Kaya Christine Nachimweru. You come and you just give us a few remarks before we get into our panel discussion, which will be quite in-depth about the same agenda. And those following the conversation, it is Agroecology Summit 2.2, and then we'll pick up some of your tweets. Please.
Thank you, the moderator. Oh, our guest of honor has left, but in absentia, I recognize him. Representatives of development partners here, especially FAO, PELUM board staff and all the partners, farmers here, researchers, other civil society organizations here. I'm humbled to be part of this 4th annual agroecological symposium. Like I've been introduced, in Parliament I belong to the Climate Change Committee and also the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. And I'm humbled to be invited for this. We are always following up with our roots. I like civil society so much because this is what made me. And they are humble even in their way of inviting you. Instead of calling us politicians, it is the way they soften the language. They call us policy makers, decision makers, you know? Civil society organizations were good at coming up with simple but respectful verbs. Thank you so much for organizing this, PELUM. We are humbled still. And to all of you who are advocating for climate change management, we should front this before anything else. Because every eye is on us. We are the ones to amplify the methodology or put it down. Because for those who want to run away from agroecology, they always refer to us. You climate change activists, what can help you now amidst the effects? And they do not want to come up with such friendly methodologies. So I've been following up with agroecology, and very many civil society organizations have always invited me. One, I'm very interested, first of all, as a politician. Looking at the social relations is very important in this. Amplifying the farmers' adaptation to climate change is very important. There is also sustainable conservation and also the low external input in agriculture. There are some people who even call it zero budget farming. Look at the moment we are in. We demanded for 100 billion US dollars per country from the developed world, because we felt that loss and damage is important at this moment. We are suffering because of their earlier actions. But even that money could not come forward. And now we are advancing loss and damage as a compulsory issue to the developed world. But we are not sure of whether they will give it in. It's as if we are just forcing them. So amidst the fight we are going through of demanding, please give me, it is you who brought me to this condition. And they are also saying, no, you people can stay without our money. What can we do? The best thing is to adopt such methodologies. And our farmers can still ably produce for their families as we wait for these external finances. But it is very important that we adopt these regenerative agricultural practices. Recently, we were informed that over 90% of our local varieties in the last 100 years are lost, crop varieties. Likewise, 50% of our breeds, especially of domestic animals, are lost in the last 100 years. You know, sometimes things are addressed based on the effect. When some people were affected by the loss of their Ankole domestic breeds, that is when they came up. Oh, we should protect it. This should apply to every sector, not only Ankole cattle, but to all of us, to all of our seed varieties. We are all affected already. So the seed bank should not only cater for one item of Ankole cattle breeds, but to the entire seed sector in Uganda. So when we say that as Uganda, we were prioritizing adaptation to climate change, what are we saying? We want to make resilient livelihoods, especially of the biggest employer of Ugandans, which is agriculture. So anything that is in that line, we must support it. So politicians who are called the decision makers, policy makers, we need to go for such methodologies. And also the need for these other groupings, YALTA, IGAD, East African Community, to understand our economies. Of recent, I was informed that Kenya approved some genetically modified organisms, official launch of the use of some of these organisms. And let me hope that we are not going to get excited and we are like, oh, East African Community, we are together. Uganda is also here. So we need to understand the different economies, because for us, we are the Pearl of Africa. Pearl of Africa title was not given to any other country. So as we are addressing our Uganda, we must have this at the back of our mind and encourage agriculture that works with nature, not against nature. That is why we are even advocating for land rights, tenure security for our farmers, because some land users these days consider small-scale farmers as the sabotagers of investment. So how shall we encourage our methodology if the smallholder farmers don't have secure tenure rights? It is very important. We are just left with the 8 years to meet the target of zero hunger. By 2030, we shall be measured whether we are somewhere or not. But are you sure that if in 2021, we had people dying of hunger in Uganda, shall we meet the target of 2030? I don't know. But if we have such provisions, why don't we go for it? And nationally and internationally, one of the options for scaling up agroecology is anchored in the efforts of the policy makers. So we request that you don't run away from us. Don't hide away from us. Release the research findings. There are very many of you who come up with findings but fear because some of the findings are bitter, you know, if now that one is implemented, the president may be taken away. Please share the results and we battle with them. And then we shall be able to swallow up very important actions, very important definitions, other than over-concentrating, politicians over-concentrating on Majambere-like issues. You know what happened to Majambere? So if policymakers are filled up with such, then such methodologies may not have a mechanism for scaling up. You know, in Uganda, most people are very, I don't know, they get annoyed when you overstay in power, isn't it? So likewise, if a policymaker takes a lot of time on the mic, people get tempted to think that probably she might also over-delay in power. So I thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you very much for scaling up agroecology. And we pray that from here we are actually rejuvenated to talk about it in our respective capacities. Thank you very much. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable. You want to assume that when you said people, you didn't mean me. But regardless, we're here. Good to have you, friends. We are having our summit, rather our ecological symposium, and we're going to have a panel, a high-level discussion here that is going to be taking us into depth about the agroecological conversations. Allow me to welcome my panelists here. I'm going to start with the head of programs, participatory ecological land use management in Uganda, that is Joshua Ijuka. Let's welcome Joshua Ijuka as he comes up here. In the same vein, I want to welcome Assistant Commissioner, Directorate of Agriculture Extension Services from MAIF, Achayo Koni, to equally come up here. Let's welcome the General Coordinator of Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, Dr. Million Bilay, to equally come up. This is my panel today. It's of brilliant people only. Commissioner Crop Production, MAIF, Mr. Alex Rwakuba. This one is one of our closest allies in this. And last but not least, let me welcome from the mountains of the Moon University, the Lecturer of Faculty of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences, Mr. Clovis Kabanke. Do I have my other panelists here with me? Connie Achayo from MAIF. Connie Achayo from MAIF. I don't want the world to take us up that we're not gender sensitive when it comes to conversations like this. We're global and we are streaming to the world. We need to have her here. If she's not around, kindly my team, let me get a female to represent. These conversations can be propelled in a different lane if there is no lady here discussing, because research shows women use more land than us. So if we don't have a woman on the panel, Lord have mercy on us. So Connie's not here with us? Okay. We pray that we find a lady who will join the conversation in a bit. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming to such a great occasion. Just to give you a background about the conversation today about agroecology and its approaches are by far the best options to make this radical required shift. From that to happen, peasants, consumers, pastoralists, indigenous communities, and other civil society actors will have to regain control over the food system. Now, this is primarily what agroecology as a movement is all about. Reclaiming the right of the people to healthy and cultural appropriate food produced through ecologically sound and sustainable methods, and their right to define their own food and agriculture systems, the right to food sovereignty. Comrades, as we're waiting for the lady to join us, I'm going to request we shift and we come closer. Let's all shift and we come closer to this end, please. I beg. Please, my team, find me a lady to the panel. I cannot find the online wars of inclusion and women. Please, please, please. Okay. Now that we have our teams here, let me start from the programmatic models. Oh, finally, Josephine is here. Let's clap for her as she takes up this. Oh, okay. Okay. This is good. She was giving me an option. We're going to invite our former board chair of PELUM Uganda. This is Mrs. Harriet Ndagire Sempebwa from Kulika, Uganda. Let's clap for her as she comes. This is a breath of divine authority now coming through. You're so much welcome, Mama. I wanted to start from the programmatic models of this. Joshua Ijuka from PELUM Uganda. I want to understand, what is the role of civil society in Uganda if we are to scale up the agroecology conversations and food systems? Press the button, please. Okay.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. It's a pleasure to have you here for the 4th time in a row. Back to the question. I think you will all agree with me that agroecology and the civil society fraternity cannot be separated. The whole agroecology movement has really been supported largely by civil society, right from Latin America, the likes of La Via Campesina. We have strong institutions at continental level, like the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, and several others. So if we are to advance agroecology, especially in Uganda, it is very key that we strengthen the role of the civil society to continue playing their roles in multiple ways. One of them is the influencing aspect, looking at issues of engaging, and I mean proactive engagement of the government in terms of creating an enabling policy environment for scaling up agroecology. And on this note, I want to recognize the role and the leadership of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries under the leadership of our Commissioner in the process we are undertaking, hand in hand, to develop the national strategy for scaling up agroecology. The other one, of course, is the extension aspect. Civil society plays a key role in extension services to the smallholder farming communities, who are the key stakeholders in agroecology. I'll take an example of PELUM Uganda, for instance, and the PELUM Association. In Uganda, we have over 66 organizations spread all over 120 districts and reaching approximately 3 million smallholder farmers. And all of these organizations are championing agroecology at farm level. So we find that if we go to the, for example, if we go to PELUM Association, we are talking about hundreds of millions. If we talk about AFSA, at a continental level, very many millions. So it's very important that we continue to support and work and see how we strengthen civil society to do this role. The other is actually linked to that, but the aspect of movement building, because agroecology is a practice, is a science, but also it is a movement of influencing social and ecological change in our food system. And you find that civil society, by its mandate, is really key and very central in terms of advancing and forming that collective network of consumers, of the farmers, and the other actors in the market systems and all that, to be able to champion food systems transformation through agroecology. So these are really, I would say, really key, and we can continue the discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, KGK. Dr. Million, let's look at the advancement here of the industrial agriculture coupled with its all considerations of the corporate, the food regime that has actually come into play, and the current climate and ecological energy crisis Where do we go from here? How do we fight this kind of crisis?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm very much honored to be invited here. I think we are in a crisis. We are in a food crisis. We are in a health crisis. I think everybody here would agree with me that the kind of disease that your parents know and the kind of disease that you have are different, you know? They're changing. And most of them are related to the crisis that we are having in our food system. And question is, what has sucked our resilience? What's the problem? I think part for Africa, it's historical, as we know, beginning with the arrival of European ships on the borders of Africa and destroying all the trade relationships that we had with others, and colonialism, and also after that the different mechanisms, you know, after post-independence, the different mechanisms that other countries enforce on Africa to control our food system is historical. So basically the problems are three. One is increasingly the focus is on a few crops, on few commodity crops. So we are losing our diversity. And the industrial agricultural system cannot survive without concentrating our food system on few crops. On maize increasingly, on wheat, on rice, and other crops. That's part of the problem. The second crisis is coming because the food that we eat now, I'm not saying Uganda, but generally, is produced by few countries. As your President, Yoweri Museveni, said, why do we get hungry when I know few countries quarrel? The fight between Ukraine and Russia is creating havoc on us, you know, especially on countries who depend on wheat. In 2007, 2008, there was an energy crisis. Because of that, US has decided to convert their maize, or what they call corn for themselves, into fuel. And that has created a big crisis all over the world because they are the main corn or maize producers. So reliance on few crops and also reliance on few countries to produce the world food is part of the problem. The third problem, it's a very, very huge problem, is few firms and few companies control the food system. The BASF and DuPont and Syngenta and Bayer, Monsanto control 60% of the seed. They control 75% of the agrochemicals. And they control over 80% of the research in our food system. So this control by few companies is really detrimental. And there are other companies also which play a vital role in controlling the commodity market in the world. And before even COVID-19 has happened, before the war between Russia and Ukraine, the markets were volatile, really volatile. What's very sad and what's very dangerous is also through mechanisms like the Green Revolution in Africa. This mechanism which makes us non-resilient, which make us weaker in our system, are promoted. We are increasingly told us that if we don't focus on few crops, if we don't pump our soils with agrochemicals, if we don't reorient our agriculture into market system, then we cannot feed ourselves. That's what told us. I think somebody has done a research for the last, the practice or the experience of the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa for the 15 years. And the research has shown that this does not feed Africa, it doesn't increase productivity, doesn't decrease malnutrition. The result is a continuous erosion of our seed. So what's the solution? The solution is food sovereignty. We have to be sovereign. We have to produce our food. We have to control the production and the distribution of our food. That's the solution. And I don't know whether I will get time later on, but tomorrow, PELUM Uganda, as part of the 13 countries that are organizing this campaign, is going to launch a campaign which is called My Food is African. So this My Food is African campaign is related to this control of our food system. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Million. There are few, you can clap about it, by the way. When you talked about the food control by some countries, I would feel you, I could hear you, felt a little bit like a Ukrainian for a moment there. But again, we had something to do with the resiliency on a few countries to produce. And this brings me back to the government here, Mr. Alex Rakuba. Let's talk about the impediments to scaling up agroecology in Uganda. As a country, time and again, they have told us to produce surplus. They have told us to produce, but at the same time, we have had other entities that have been brought up by the government, and the government is on the fence. It's a little bit of pro-GMOs and it's a little bit pro-agroecology. So where are we standing as a country if you're going to scale up this conversation?
Thank you very much, prompter, distinguished participants, viewers and listeners. If we are experiencing a season where we are not sure, where there are lots of survival uncertainties with regard to food supply, arising from climate change variabilities orchestrated by human action or inaction, we only have to resort to mechanisms, to approaches of food production and supply that can enhance and sustain a resilience. And one of those is agroecology. But what are the impediments to scaling up agroecology in Uganda, if I may put it precisely? Well, Dr. Brother Warongo has walked my talk. I would like to just put much emphasis on some of the points raised in the keynote address. And I will start with the first one, and that is knowledge, which goes with ideology. He brought in ideology. The terms, the principles underpinning agroecology, do we know them? Are they known? And to what extent are these known? And so we still have a knowledge gap, ideological gap in understanding the terminologies, even the application of these terminologies, the concepts. Are these understood fully and appreciated fully by Ugandans and the people in Uganda, by the producers, the processors, the traders, and the consumers? What is not known is not easily marketed, and it's not bought. What is not known is not bought. We don't light candles to put them under the tables. We put them on top of the tables. So we must make the subject called agroecology known by everyone, by everybody, if we are going to foster the buy-in. The second point relates to the first of all, access to production resources. Do we have equitable access to production resources by those who act most? For example, the women. The pictures we are seeing here, women, you know, the backs are almost breaking. It is the women. I don't see the men really breaking the backs. So it is the women who work a lot, and the youth. Do they have equal rights to land? And to what extent do they have these rights? Do they enjoy these rights? So that one can also be an impediment. That those who work a lot, the key actors, do not have the access to the productive resources. The third point comes to even monopoly over those who sell the inputs. For example, seed. Do we have policies that support those monopolistic tendencies, promote monopoly? Do we promote those rights and policies and only support only few people in the market of seed? Register only those few to take control over seed. And what about these other peasants, small-scale farmers, who are doing a lot in agroecology? So that one also impedes scaling up and scaling out agroecology. What about trade? There are barriers related to trade and market entry. I would call them trade barriers. Even you can call them tariff barriers. Do we have easy access to some of the markets, export markets, talk of maybe to Europe? There are those regulations, there are standards that we cannot circumvent to get our agroecological products to the right market where the worth can be paid. Our efforts can be paid, or the efforts of the producers can be paid. It's because there are restrictions. There are stringent standards and regulations. Come to supportive policies, public policies. Do we have supportive public policies with associated legislation? This is also lacking. What about the prioritization of research, of development? To what extent do we prioritize agroecological research? It is until recently when we got Makerere University, we got Uganda Matters University actually introducing courses in agroecology. And Makerere University also carrying out research on the black soldier fly, on Albizia and helminthes. That's a tree that can eradicate the endoparasites. Just using these trees we call Albizia, freely growing in the banana plantations, in the coffee plantations in Uganda. That is the recent research. So to what extent are we prioritizing this in research? What about even funding, the resource allocation? We are now in a planning and budgeting cycle, but how much is going to be committed to agroecology? These are the impediments
to the
agroecology. Scaling out agroecology. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lwakuba. Lwakuba, this data is too heavy, but we will take it anyway. And I want to come to you, Dr. Sekandi Joseph. With all that has been said, sorry, Kabaseke, when you listen to what Alex Lwakuba is talking about, the agricultural research prioritizing the access to productive resources and the knowledge gap, can we look at the vast majority of the public and the private research development is not focusing on the agroecology? We need to understand how best can we increase the public financing for the agroecology, and if we're going to prioritize it in terms of research and development in the extension services of agriculture.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am Kabaseke Clovis and heading the Department of Environment, Natural Resources and Tourism at Mountains of the Moon University. And I do concur with the previous speakers about their views. And as a build-up to answering your question, I would like to also give you my views about what could be the real barriers of upscaling agroecology in Uganda. First of all, I believe that the message about agroecology has not yet been packaged well enough to appeal to most people in Uganda. And that one is something that we must actually address. We must also acknowledge that there is still a prevailing belief that conservation retards economic development, and they usually give examples of the developed countries of the West, which actually first destroyed their environment for economic development, and now they are constructing it. And people believe in most countries of the world that that is the way to go. They haven't gotten to understand that if these two things were done concurrently, conservation and economic development, even the development would be more sustainable and faster. We also should consider that we still have very scarce demonstration centers of economically viable agroecology enterprises. These are actually very much needed. Then we are also plagued by over-advertising of conventional technologies which are dangerous to our environments, and because of such over-advertisement, we find that the other locally unsustainable alternatives which are available are shadowed and they don't come out. So it is our duty to ensure that we get human resource who can actually orchestrate these other alternative agroecological technologies which could actually work very well in an eco-friendly manner. Then we have got poor understanding of how agroecology is solution number one to the biggest threat of this world, which is global warming. If we could actually drive this knowledge into our leaders and into every actor to understand how agroecology is solution number one to the biggest challenge of the planet today, then we would actually get a lot of support about advancing and upscaling agroecology. Now, we already understand that the vast majority of public and private research and development is not currently focused on agroecology. It is until the leaders understand the true agroecology and its role in creating a sustainable economy that we shall expect such support. I'm very, very sure that our leaders, most of our leaders, including we ourselves, the promoters of agroecology, don't have the proper in-depth understanding and interpretation of what agroecology is. We also need to understand that we usually stop at telling people that agroecology is the application of ecological principles to agricultural production. But we forget that the real onus or the focus should actually go onto the synergy that comes out of that arrangement. The synergy is the one which actually brings the resilience and the sustainability we talk about in agroecology. But whenever we are promoting agroecology, we tend to tell people about applying ecological principles to agriculture, and then people end up appreciating that, well, this one is good enough for conservation, but they don't see the economic aspect coming out clearly. And in the world of today, unless the economics are put right, people will not buy into what intervention you are bringing about.
Absolutely.
And I'm assuring you that there are very many ways of actually bringing the economic aspect that can be supported by agroecology. You'll find that most experts of agroecology will talk a lot about agroecology, but they will not talk about how it can sustain economic sustainability.
Thank you so much. For a minute, we're going to pause there. Let me just tap into Mrs. Harriet Ndagire Sempebwa. When you listen to what Clovis Kabaseke is speaking, that even our leaders don't seem to understand agroecology, and possibly this could explain why the political will is a little bit sluggish to embrace the agroecology conversations at the national level. Where you sit and stand, how can we scale up the agroecology approaches to be scaled up and they feed in, that they self-sustain themselves, if you'd have these conversations scaled up?
Thank you very much. I respect the opinions of the previous speakers, but personally I will speak from the perspective of the CSO's role in promoting agroecology. And we are a partner who is supposed to work with different stakeholders, especially government, but also other institutions like educational institutions, right from primary school level up to university. And we are also supposed to work with the other important institutions like cultural institutions and also faith-based institutions if we are to upscale or to scale up agroecology. And from the perspective of civil society, we do our role, especially through household approaches, based approaches. We promote agroecology by providing knowledge, skills, and trying to influence attitudes of the members of the households that are in such an age group that can do some work in the area of agroecology. We do lots of trainings, and our trainings start at household level, but also are scaled up through group approaches. When we impart knowledge to farmers through their households, through their groups, and in a language that is understandable by those people in the local areas, in the local context, it means that we are going a long way to impart knowledge, but also to transfer skills, practices that are key in enabling agroecology produce the much wanted food to nourish the population of Uganda. And also we want to influence the upscaling of agroecology by imparting knowledge, skills, and changing attitudes, starting with in academic institutions, starting with primary schools. And we have an approach and a partner called Scope Uganda, where I'm a board member, where IKEA Uganda is a member organization, where we have partners in civil society wing, but also partners in the academia. We are going ahead to work with the schools, work with the school management, the pupils, and later on in colleges, the students, and the parents and parent associations, but also the local governing bodies in the areas to introduce this knowledge through creating gardens at school level, planting trees, digging trenches to harvest water, to teach the young children how to grow foods in nurseries, how to establish tree nurseries, how to combine food so that when it is cooked and served, it is nutritious, and it adds on to the science that they study in the classes, in the classrooms, in the university lecture rooms, in the vocational institutions, from the perspective of civil society,
Thank
we are coming up through that arm. And also we working hand in hand with the local government authorities, the district production officers, the sub-county agriculture officers, and also parish and the LC1 levels to mobilize the farmers, to help the households use their resources intensively, but also very sustainably by putting up kitchen gardens in the homes where a variety of vegetables can be grown, to establish food forests whereby whether you are an urban farmer or you are a rural farmer but you have small land, you can use that small land to produce everything that you need. Firewood, food stuffs, vegetables, fruits, carbohydrates, root
all
vegetables, all sorts of, but also rare livestock, get manure from that, use it to fertilize your gardens and also to trap your water from your house, from the garden. You don't have to wait for big machines to do irrigation. And by so doing, we think that everybody is being brought on board. The children will grow up knowing agroecology is an important provider of the nutritious food that is required by all people across all generations. When we are training people in agroecology, we don't stop in production technologies, but also how do you process the food?
Right there. Harriet, I'm going to catch you there. Let me tap again into Kaijuka there. Harriet is alluding to the nutritious bit of it. The practice is very, interesting. But a generation where I come from, I want to make sense of the agroecology. How best can we make agroecology economically making sense to my generation, to be a part of the conversation, that from the likes of Kabaseke, then to Alex Rwakuba, then it can come back to me, and then I can make money out of it. Because even if we talk about agroecology from here to Timbuktu and back, and I'm not seeing where the money is coming from as a youth, I'm possibly just going to be interested, but I won't plug in.
Thank you very much. Indeed, that's a very interesting conversation and question. And I think it's one of the, we as agroecology actors, it is one of those questions that we are digging deep to provide real solutions at African and also at national level. As you are aware, yesterday we held the first Agroecology Market Systems Expo. And this was really to to explore, one, the opportunities that agroecology provides, one, for the youth to sustainably enhance their incomes through working with nature, not against it, through agriculture. And I like what Dr. Clovis said. I think this is an agenda that we need to put at the forefront. And these are some of the challenges we face when we are discussing with policymakers. They want to know what is the economic sense in all this. Oftentimes, agroecology is actually being referred to as peasant agriculture, or taking us back to traditional agriculture. And we're not saying that that is entirely wrong, but then also agroecology is strongly hinged on science, an integration of science and the traditional knowledge, which gives us a system that is both ecological, economic, and also social. Because when we talk about economics, we also need to look at the equity within the food system. Like Dr. Million said, you find that in the conventional system, majority of actually the resources and are owned by really a few players. So agroecology opens up, one in terms of creating the enabling environment, one in terms of providing that space for social inclusion, including the youth, the women, which you rightly said, in terms of those who are, toiling every day, to see that in their production is economically compensated in the rightful way. So there is an aspect of consumer awareness that is very key. This year we held a very big campaign on the Know What You Eat. We called it Know What You Eat campaign. and it was largely targeting the consumers to be mindful of what they eat and the implication it has. Because as we continue to demand for more agroecologically produced products, we are going also to stimulate production. And that way, we are going to create the markets that we need. So it's more looking at this from a more systemic approach. Having the right policies in place for the territorial market development, having a proper movement of consumers, and also bridging the gap. Bridging the gap, having narrow chains, food supply chains between the farmer and the actual consumer. Because what is happening right now, you find that the farm what the farmer is actually getting from their production vis-a-vis what you're paying, even for the millet flour in the supermarket or whatever it is, it doesn't match up, you know? And that's why the challenge comes out, because in some cases you find that the farmer can sell their produce and can't even afford to buy seed in the next season. So it's making the markets work for the farmers, ensuring that farmers depend on, also reduce on the cost of production. That way they increase the margin, the profitability margin. If we have stronger farmer-managed seed systems, where farmers can get good quality, diverse seeds, and I want to commend the government for this. If you look at the National Seed Policy of 2018, it's more pluralistic in nature. It brings out aspects of farmer-managed seed systems, which they are still calling informal. We're still discussing with them that these are not really informal. These are highly diversified, highly technical systems that need to be appreciated. But when we have these systems, when we have farmers able to produce their own inputs, agroecological inputs, they will be able to increase production and productivity, at the same time reduce the cost of production. And when the consumers are demanding for these products, then we see that we're going to have a shift towards the rural socio-economic transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kaija. And to those following this conversation online and on the television, tomorrow we shall have a market day where we are having alternative agricultural produce, entirely ecological produce here at Silver Springs Hotel. Just come through in the market and we'll actually make sense of it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to my panelists. Because of time, I have to let you go, but the conversation seemed to be more deeper. I'm actually going to have a one-on-one with you because there is a lot more content I need to get from the media perspective on how we are packaging the content, how we are curating the content, and how we disseminate it to the 1 inch of the country. So thank you so much. And to our dear friends, we are going to have a little bit of a break. Sindio, we seem to have our sugar levels a little bit going down, so we're just going to take a break for now. Grab a cup of coffee from the back, come back to your table. We'll take a few minutes, like 15, just relax a little bit. If you need to stretch, you can take a few minutes and you stretch, but just remind you, don't hug people and don't check hands, okay? Don't shake hands. Just look at your neighbor. Tell them I'm not shaking your hands. Just look at them. I need to be sure if the message reached. Senor, yeah. So let's just take a little tea break and then we shall resume with the rest of the conversation. Thank you again.
Thank you once again. Time is always a problem.
All right. Because of time, you'll allow me to disrupt a little bit of the pleasantries on the peripherals of the conversations. But if we could all get back to our seats, if we could all get back to our tables, and we have this other discussion, which is going to be fire in one way or the other, because we're going to engage you, the plenary, to make sense of this conversation. We're now going to have the status of the national agroecological strategy. Earlier on, when Dr. Brother Morongo Marius was explaining this, possibly there were a few nuggets you and I missed out. But now to understand this, a part of the consulting team that did widely a great job about this, they're going to break it down for us. So friends, allow me to welcome Samuel Muhesi as part of the consulting team to come here and break down for us the national agroecological strategy and to give us the status. Samuel, please. Let's clap for him as he comes. Let's show some love. Well done.
Thank you so much, Andrew, our commentator. In the interest of time, I want to borrow the protocol that has been observed by the precurrent speakers. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kusima Kahesi Samuel. I'm here to give a talk on the progress that has been registered as far as the process of developing the national agroecology strategy is concerned. We were hired, myself and my superior, Professor J.S. Tenywa, who is here in spirit. He's been unable to attend physically because of other equally important convenings. We were hired by MAIF, specifically the crop production department, and her friend PELUM, to steer the process of developing the national agroecology strategy. I will request the IT service provider to set my slides so that I can go through the talk easily. As he does that, I think all of us, the participants here, we all agree that there is a lot of teething global challenges that have been highlighted even by the precurrent speakers. To remind us, the issue of climate change is real, the issue of food and nutrition insecurity is real, poverty is biting, biodiversity loss is escalating, and that aside, we see conventional agriculture as it attempts to deliver the food, fiber, and other needs. It is presenting quite a long list of demerits, warranting us all globally to adopt agroecology. And after accepting that we need agroecology, then it means we must have a strategy in place. So my role now, the next 30 minutes, I'm going to take you through the draft that we have for the national agroecology strategy. But before I dive into the strategy that we have drafted so far, I want us to read from the same hymn page by reminding ourselves of what a strategy is. And I have put it simply as a plan of action which is designed to achieve a medium or long-term aim. On this occasion, we are looking at adoption of agroecology in all our agro ecosystems. That is the aim. And the other working definition we can use is that a strategy is that document that provides a guide or a framework that has been agreed on by stakeholders. And when I talk of stakeholders, here specifically I'm looking at the agri-value chain actors, right from production up to consumption. It is also good for us to remind ourselves of the process of coming up with a strategy. The process can be comprised of around 9 segments. The first one is initiation, where an idea is hatched. This could be from outside or from within. The country director, PELUM, told us how the idea of an agroecology strategy came up. It was from a convening in Rome. So that was the initiation stage. And after that, it could not proceed here in the country without authorization by the relevant ministry. So MAIF authorized this process to go on, and after that, we dived into the other segment of identifying options. This is basically doing research, looking at alternatives, what needs to be done as far as attainment of a given goal or a given aim is concerned. And at this point, basically, we had the inception meeting. And after the inception meeting, the other step is to do with carrying out consultations. These are horizontal, these are vertical. A number of consultations, trying to reach out to a representative number of stakeholders, get those ideas, put the ideas together, so that at the end of the day, when you come up with a strategy, it is agreeable to the vast majority. After consulting, and we have a draft, the next step is presenting it to the person who authorized the process. On this occasion, MAIF has to approve. And after that approval, Cabinet is informed, then MAIF approves. After that, then we go on to have a launch. After the launch, we start to implement a strategy, and in the process of implementation, monitoring and evaluation is done to see to it that track is not lost. And after some time, a review can be done and a strategy can be revised to tackle emergent issues that might have come up in the process of execution of a strategy. After having reminded us of the steps, the segments that are involved in the development of a strategy, then allow me share with you briefly the scope of our work. My superior, Prof. J.S. Tenua, the contract that was signed between him and the client, these are some of the things that were agreed upon. Firstly, it was the proposal development, which was submitted, appraised, and accepted, and out of this, a contract was signed. After that, we went ahead to work on an inception report, which was presented in one of the events that was held some months back, Hotel Africana. We had an inception meeting. The other thing is to do in-depth or comprehensive literature review. And here, trying to look at a number of things. What are the barriers that may hinder adoption of agroecology? What are the merits of agroecology? Is it feasible? What are the benefits that come with agroecology? What are the cases that there is as far as agroecology is concerned? So we are looking at Uganda, we are looking at East Africa, but also globally. We've been doing a lot of literature review, and we are still reviewing literature because at the end of the day, we want to come up with a document that is explicit, that is clear, that is captivating, that is helping people to buy in, to embrace the concept of agroecology. Aside from literature review, the other thing is to do with consultations. Consultations, looking at the different regions of Uganda. At first, we had wanted to look at agroecological zones, but because of some limitations, we decided to go 4 regions: East, West, North, and Central, doing consultations. These are not all. We are going to do more consultations, looking at multidisciplinary stakeholders. We are talking of multidisciplinary for a reason. In agroecology, we want ideas from all the disciplines: economists, researchers, sociologists, policymakers, business people, consumers, to mention but a few. The other things that we have to do as a consulting team is to come up with an issue paper, then draft a national agroecology strategy, then be at the forefront of reviews and approvals of the draft, and finally produce a finished product, which will be called the National Agroecology Strategy. Now, this infograph here is to shed more light on the stakeholders that we are consulting, the stakeholders that we are reaching out to get ideas, to get information. This is a generic representation of an agri-value chain. It is showing almost all the actors and the supportive segments. Input dealers, the producers, logistics, off-takers, marketing, consumers, but on top you can see we have the policy level, where we have the policy makers and the decision makers. And beneath we have extension, we can have civil society organizations, NGOs right there, but also at the end you can see we have a big representation of consumers. So this infograph sends a clear signal that each one of us is key as far as the process of developing a national agroecology strategy is concerned. If you are not a producer, at least you are a consumer. I'm told each one of us survives on food. So whoever consumes food is key as far as this strategy is concerned, because we have to pick interest in what we eat. What we eat, how is it produced? Those are some of the things we have to pick interest in as consumers. What are the achievements? The achievements, one, we have been able to work on an inception report, which we presented during the inception meeting some months back. And at the end of that meeting, the participants gave us very brilliant ideas that helped us to work on the first draft. The other thing is literature review has been done, and we continue to do that. We have conducted 4 regional consultative workshops: Northern, Eastern, Central, and Western. And the participants in these workshops were mobilized, were selected based on the agri-value chain segments. So we looked at livestock, we looked at crop, we looked at leaders, we looked at custodians, we looked at chiefdoms, we looked at research. The composition in those regional consultative workshops was reached, and it was representative. The other thing is we've been able to draft an issue paper that is trying to send a message to inform the publics the beauty, the benefits of agroecology as far as the national but also the global food systems are concerned. We have also been able to produce a draft national agroecology strategy. This draft is more of a skeleton. We still need to do a lot of work to get the meat to put on this skeleton. But fair enough, good enough, the skeleton is in place. At some point, I'm going to beam the skeleton for your appreciation. Allow me share with you the key aspects as far as literature review is concerned. There is a lot of literature, a plethora of papers that are showing that agroecology can deliver sustainability. When I talk of sustainability, here we are looking at the three core arms, the three core pillars of sustainability: environment, the economic aspects, and the social aspects. Agroecology has a very long list of benefits under environment, under economics, and under social. So it can deliver sustainability. The other thing is that agroecology can deliver almost all the sustainable development goals. As a country, you remember we are committed to the Agenda 2030. So I think the SDG Secretariat needs to pick interest in agroecology because it is one model that can help us as a country to attain the sustainable development goals. The other thing is, as we reviewed literature, we established that there is quite a number of legal and policy frameworks that we have as a country that are related to agroecology. The examples I've given are not exhaustive, but for your information, one of them is the National Development Plan 3, the Agro-Industrialization Agenda. Some of the content, some of the ingredients conform to agroecology. We have the National Organic Agriculture Policy that is recent, thanks to Commissioner Mr. Alex Lwakuba, because he was pivotal in having this policy out. We have the Uganda Green Growth Development Strategy 2017 to 2030 that is packed with agroecology. We also have the National Agriculture Extension Policy. We also have the National Adaptation Plan. The list can be long. All those, in one way or the other, they have some agroecological content in them. So meaning, we can leverage, we can build on that there is to see to it that agroecology is endorsed by cabinet, agroecology is accepted by the greater public. The other thing is that agroecological practices or projects are being implemented in Uganda. Here I've only talked about the Songhai model for a reason. This Songhai model is being implemented in Kampiringisa, and it was endorsed by cabinet in 2016. Having endorsed this model, to me, it is good news. It means this agroecology strategy is maybe 50% accepted by the cabinet, because if they manage to endorse the other one, why not this? Songhai in itself is agroecology. We have other techniques that are being promoted, like integrated production and pest management, sustainable land management, agroforestry. All those technologies are being promoted in different agroecosystems. So meaning we have some agroecology that is being done already in the country. But we also find some papers, some write-ups here, one there, that are reflecting some doubts on whether agroecology can afford to feed the exponentially growing population. Not only feeding the population, but also can agroecology bring money into our farmers' pockets? Because here we see the value system is all looking at only money. they are not the other benefits that do not go through the money economy, they tend to neglect them. So, but this slide was about reflecting some of the key things that we found during literature review. Then for the regional consultations, we got a lot of information from the participants. So what we did when we returned, we were able to do a content analysis. And here are some of the key things that were established. One of them is to do with extensional human resource development. In almost all the regions, actually all the regions, this came out most, that the extension agents, be it public, be it private, they seem to be knowing little about agroecology. All they promote are the conventional approaches. When you talk about agroecology, actually some of the extension staffs were very honest as a mirror. They were saying, this agroecology is not clear to us. Some of us were never taught this concept, it is new to us. And we have doubts on whether it can bring about the desired socio-economic transformation. The other thing was to do with policy or the institutional aspects. As a country, what are we promoting? Are we pro-agroecology? Are we pro-conventional? Because they were saying government is somehow confusing. It is not clear on the direction to take. And the other thing was government which is talking about agroecology today is the same government which is clearing business people to import the toxic chemicals for use on farms. So they were saying the policies are not clear. The other thing was to do with marketing or agribusiness. People were talking about ethical issues, standard issues, and they were saying what is the rationale of venturing in agroecology when I'm not going to get a premium. So it came out, meaning something has to be done along that direction. Then the other thing was to do with financial. They were saying accessing agri-finance to invest in agriculture is next to impossible. Credit is expensive, loads of bureaucracies to access it. So because of that, it can affect their adoption of agroecological principles. For them, this was because they had this conviction that agroecological techniques are labor intensive. So they would need a lot of money to pay workers and what have you. The other thing was to do with research and co-creation. The greater majority during these consultations indicated to us that whoever was doing research, especially the narrow people, that they were not answering to their problems, their needs. They were involving them at the end. The level of participation in research of these, especially the farmers, was passive. So that came up. And when we talked about the concept of agroecology, people liked the fact that in agroecology there is co-creation of knowledge. There were also a number of cross-cutting issues like gender and what have you in agriculture that came up during these regional consultations. Now, these ideas that we picked helped us to draft, to come up with strategic objectives. Because like I said earlier on, a strategy is meant to answer the needs that there is. It is meant to draw consensus on how to solve the prevailing problems. The key observations during the regional consultative workshops is that for all the regions, problems were similar. And that is somehow good news for us, meaning this strategy will be embraced generally across the nation, since it will be addressing problems that are generic, that are similar the entire country. The other thing is the void of knowledge of agroecology among stakeholders. Agroecology is not clear. It's because Samuel is going to explain it in a different way from how, say, Brother Dr. Murongo is going to explain it, how Mr. Masereka is going to explain it. And it leaves many people confused on, they do not comprehend very well. They do not understand very well what agroecology is all about. And because of this, it may derail adoption of agroecology, which we want to promote. The other thing is, after sharing superficially what agroecology is all about, we saw willingness of people to learn and to adopt agroecological interventions. So meaning, if we can package very well the message, disseminate it very well, we might have a big crop of farmers embrace agroecology. The other thing is that the participants all concurred with the fact that conventional agricultural practices, whereas they were attempting to address the food needs and the other livelihood issues, they were posing loads of ecosystem disservices. Some farmers shared, for example, in the eastern, when we had a surge of desert locusts and they were being sprayed aerially, they say bees and birds perished. That is a disservice. It's not good. Then they were also talking about the soil health deteriorating because of overpumping chemicals in the soil. So there was that concurrence. And it is good to find that people at least have that understanding. Then here, let me share with you the skeleton that we have developed for the National Agroecology Strategy. It has an executive summary. It has up to 8 chapters. Chapter 1 gives the introduction, and in the introduction we are trying to give a background, a justification, and also we are trying to define the problem that has caused us to develop a strategy. Then chapter 2 talks about agroecology as an alternative intervention for attaining food sovereignty. And here we are looking at the different agroecological principles based on what FAO has put forward, plus the high-level forum of experts in agroecology. Then in this chapter, we also talk about the different cases that the different success stories that there is in the country and in the region as far as agroecology is concerned. Then chapter 3 basically is the nucleus, is the heart of the strategy. It is looking at the national strategy, and it has a number of subsections. The first one is the strategic direction, which is giving the vision, the mission, the goal, and the strategic objectives. Then the guiding principles, then the strategic framework. You can see those subsections are a reflection of the strategic objectives. I'll get back to them again. Then chapter 4 is looking at implementation and investment framework. This is a matrix that reflects the selected priority areas, the interventions, the objectively verifiable indicators, the actors, and the desired change. Then chapter 5 looks at the budget and the resources mobilization, because if the strategic objectives are to be realized, of course, money has to be available. So we've catered for it. We have a standalone chapter looking at the budget and the resources that are required. And it is a 5-year budget. This draft we are looking at a 5 years period. We are looking at 2022 up to 2027. But that can always change, because I see we are lagging behind as far as the time limits that we are set are concerned. Then chapter 6 is looking at the risk analysis and mitigation strategies. As we develop this strategy, we are planning for the best, but also preparing for the worst. We want to look at what are those challenges, those risks, and the risks that we are able to identify. How can we mitigate, or how can we reduce them? Then chapter 7 is a monitoring and evaluation plan. Then chapter 8 looks at administration of the strategy during its implementation, and some bit of bibliography, because a lot of literature is being reviewed, and we shall want to give that reference. For your information, the vision, the tentative one that there is in the draft, is that we are looking at a competitive, profitable, environmental, health, and socially equitable food system, contributing to food, nutrition, and livelihood security. And for the mission, we are looking at guiding and supporting investments in agroecology systems for inclusiveness, enhanced livelihoods, production, and environmental sustainability through limited use of non-renewable energy to achieve economic viability for farmers and their communities. All these are not cast in stone. Going forward, they may go on improving and improving with the ideas we get from you. We have guiding principles. This infograph is a reflection of the different principles of agroecology. We have relied on these principles as we are developing the strategy, because we want, at the end of the day, to implement something which is not agroecological superficially, but agroecological even deeply. And maybe for your information, the country coordinator talked about a few of them, like participation, synergism, fairness, connectivity. Here we have around 13 principles, but the one in the center is the issue of co-creation of knowledge. A farmer is a researcher on his or her field. We want them to be involved in the creation of knowledge. The next steps, we are going to do comprehensive consultations with the inner technical working group, because we need to draw consensus on the strategic objectives, objectively verifiable indicators, and the lead implementers. We are also going to do consultations with the multidisciplinary task force. This is going to be drawn from the different ministries, departments, and agencies. And you underline the multidisciplinary word. We want economists, we want communicators, we want sociologists, all to be involved in the strategy development process. Then the other thing is, we shall later on draw a budget, the monitoring and evaluation plan, and also do a risk analysis. Of course, that will be followed by presentation to MAIF top management for their technical guidance, but also for quality control. And actually, for all the regional consultation meetings that we have held, PELUM and MAIF have been present to give some technical guidance, but also to ensure quality work is executed. Some of the challenges in the process so far, one of them is the funding is inadequate. Developing a strategy may require over 400 millions. It is quite a huge budget, isn't it? It's not available. So we are trying to be frugal, but still it is impacting on the process. The other thing is that the inadequate knowledge about the value and age of agroecology over conventional agriculture is dragging the process. For these consultative meetings we've had, we had to invest loads of time to first give the basics about agroecology. So meaning that was compromising on the time for our consultations. Lastly, allow me register our gratitude, our sincere thanks to the following. The first is Crop Production Department of MAIF, and that cannot be complete without talking about Commissioner Alex Lwakuba. He's been a real leader. He listens, he guides, he's selfless. We thank you with all sincerity. Next is PELUM. PELUM, we can't thank you enough because you have facilitated the process, the far we have moved. In fact, I can only describe you using my cell biology. You have been a real mitochondria. You've given energy as far as the process is concerned. Then the other people to thank, we have the likes of AXA, NOGAM, and ESAF. They came in handy to do the mobilizations for the regional consultative meetings that we have conducted. Then also the agroecology actors. They have also been active, they have been proactive as far as the process is concerned, and we still look up to them to have a successful completion of the strategy development process. For the draft strategy that we have, I think we shall task PELUM to share with you the e-copies for your information, for you to acquaint yourselves more of the work we've done so far. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Samuel again. Let's clap for him. Now, the journalist in me cannot allow me to go when we've not had questions. I'm going to request my panelists to come back here. I'm going to request Kaija to come back. I'm going to request Mr. Dr. Million Bilai, Mr. Alex Lwakuba to equally come back here. I'm going to request Clovis Kabake to equally come back. There are a couple of questions people still have to ask, and we can't just allow this to just slide because we're here for a knowledge market exchange and to make sense of all these issues. Let me request equally Mrs. Sempewa to come back up here, please. We're going to have questions. Before we go for lunch, the gentleman in black there has the microphone, so you're going to raise up your hand and you'll pose your question to whoever you wish to answer, respond to it, and they will respond in accordance to make us understand this in the simplest terms possible. I'm sure Ijuka is here. Joshua Ijuka, is he still around? Okay, he's coming. There are people who have questions. Joshua is here. Joshua is, oh, he's here. All right, we're going to have questions. And why Sam stayed? Because it's just given us the status of the entire strategy. There are questions to these that need to be responded to. So those who had questions either to Alex Rwakuba or to Samuel or to Ijuka or to Clovis here, this is the moment. Just raise up your hand, mention where you come from, and then you'll pose your question. I see a hand here. Okay. Okay. You already have it.
I have the hand and I have the microphone.
Yes.
I fear asking questions, but I usually request for solutions. Mr. Arek, yes, Rwakuba. In your submission, you alluded to something very, very important, that you are in the budgeting process, and now we are looking for a way of how we can have some budgetary allocation with the ministry as far as the NOAP is concerned. I beg that you outline the procedure for the benefit of our colleagues here on how we can now be budgeted. Maybe the process could still be long. We need other documents, but it would be very important to check that there is some figure for agroecology. Maybe it could be after the policy or after the strategy or after the bill. Please, if you could clarify for the members and for myself, we shall be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That will go to Alex. The other question, just raise up your hand, and then the ones in academia, they quite had a lot of questions. There is a question here.
Thank you very much. I would like to appreciate the organizers for this wonderful forum. My question goes to Commissioner Alex Rwakuba. I believe we are on the right road as far as agroecology is concerned, but we have a small concern relating to the coordination of both state and non-state actors. Knowing that this policy, the organic policy and agroecology in general, was private sector led. We seem not to be speaking the same language. On one hand, we are looking at agroecology as a solution. On the other hand, we are fighting with the influx of GMOs. How can we try to harmonize these voices so that we all speak the same language? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other question there? One more, then we'll get the response.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Matova Hassan. I come from Chivale. I work with the MESCO Development Foundation. I have two concerns. One goes to our good lecturer from Mountains of the Moon. My first question is, why are we having people moving from organic farming to conventional? The reasons could be, one, we have now shortage of human labor. That's why people are going into use of chemicals, because they want to increase on acreage and increase on the production. We have declining soil fertility. They are going into use of fertilizers and ABCD. But the most challenging thing is that we all target the consumer. And from our strategy, we have seen that the consumer takes the biggest chunk. But we are looking at the attitude of our consumers, giving an instance of tomatoes. When we go to the market, consumers will prefer tomatoes that have chemicals that are seen than those tomatoes that do not have chemicals. That one has forced sellers to see that before they take tomatoes to the market, they have to spray because they will attract consumers. So as a lecturer, when you are designing the curriculum under this discipline, I would maybe request you also look at that component, tackling the attitude of our consumers, so that this is put into practice. That's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So that was your name, sir? The lecturer missed that. Your name? His name? The lecturer didn't capture the name?
Yes, thank you. I just want to add on.
Just briefly, we capture his name. Your name again?
My name is Matova Hassan from Chivale district.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm coming in to connect the two questions. One to Mr. Rwakuba and then the civil society, and then to anchor one question to my colleague in academia. I'm in academia. I'm Robert Mulebeke from Chambogo University. Okay. We have a component of training in academia. We have the farmers on the other side, and that's part of what we call industry. And then we have government, the regulators, and that's where my if is. I would appreciate if we use PELUM and this symposium to connect our curriculum in curriculum development to the regulators, and that's where we talk about employment, and I'm particularly interested in seeing agroecology being recognized in recruitment of extension workers. Where are the extension workers in promoting agroecology? Does local government recognize a graduate of agroecology into the extension system? That's my take for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Because of time, you'll bear with me, Alex. Being in government, all the questions will come to you. And for purposes of clarity, I'm just going to request, Alex, if you could just have your mask rested for now. Your mask, yes, that we can hear you boldly, and so you could respond to the 3 questions that have been sent to you straight up.
King. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Prompter Andrew, once again. Question number 1 from Brother and Dr. Mrongo. How can we cause budgetary allocation to agroecology or NOP implementation? My answer is simple. Can you join me to lobby and to advocate for the process? As simple as that. And you who are seated there, us who are seated here, it is our responsibility to lobby, advocate, civil society. Where are you? This is the time. Let's start now. Number 2, Madame Harriet of AXA. How do we harmonize issues of GMO and then NOAA agroecology? These are policies. We have in government circles an office which does the coordination of other ministries, MDS, ministries, departments, and agencies. And that is the office of the Right Honorable Prime Minister. So when it comes to public policy, well, we have a cabinet secretariat which provides the technical guidance, but the coordination, role of coordination is OPM, Office of the Prime Minister. I still request you to package yourself, lobby and advocate for harmonization of these government policies. Because we have a clearinghouse mechanism for the government policies. So if we already have the National Organic Agriculture Policy, and now we are crafting the agroecology strategy, which is a policy framework to guide agroecology. Agroecology is broader than organic agriculture. We need to put our case. If there is this GMO, we need to make a case at harmonization level. So we still need policy advocates and lobbying. Who are the champions? Let us get the members of parliament, like the one who was here, and get these converted. And that's the only way we shall be heard. The fourth, this is Bwana Robert from Chambogo University. Where are extension workers in agroecology? Well, we have the NOAP, that's the National Organic Agriculture Policy. It was approved, launched, it's been disseminated, and the policy is for all of us, public and private extension players. Public, you heard we have the single spine extension policy, we have the extension strategy, but we allow holistic extension delivery, the delivery of extension services. Holistic, we allow holistic extension services delivery. So please, they are supposed to be here and they were invited. You heard of Assistant Commissioner Communication from Extension Department. She was supposed to be here. So we just need to whip up some offices, some institutions. Otherwise, the policy is available. The plan is available for all of us to implement. Now, just allow me to get bonus if I've spoken well. In a minute. Yeah, in a minute. One, I want to add onto what Bwana Joshua explained before when we were here. How do we make business case? Is the
agroecology, yes.
Agroecology and organic. Where is the money? Allow me to say that we can make money from agroecological products, from organic agriculture products, if we introduce the element of commercialization. And now, to introduce commercialization, let us start from the attitude. Change the attitude. Let us stop looking at agroecology as a peasantry level activity. Let us disassociate ourselves from peasantry activities. Agroecology can be practiced at small scale, but also at large scale. Let us introduce commercialization. When you go to value addition, that is where we shall start getting money. I want to give a case. I mentioned the protein capital. We have two Nigerians who came here to invest in protein capital, and these black soldier flies. They produce, they rear the black soldier flies, they get maggots, and the maggots produce very good protein. And out of that one, that protein is sold. The market is insatiable. The market cannot be satisfied. Then two, out of even some of the cheating, there are some maggots that are grown, caterpillars that are grown, and out of the chitin, you can process stitches, which are used. So instead of using this synthetic, the fiber stitching materials, we should be using the protein, the chites. We can manufacture the sticking materials from chites. That is where we have to go. So what we need to do is let us invest in research and development, research to get those other unexploited areas. Two, we need also to carry out development of marketable food products. In Sierra Leone, For example, are now talking to local food systems and maybe territorial markets, how these can contribute to resilient food systems. I give the example of Sierra Leone. They eat rice. Now for them, they have come up with a method of preparing rice, and they call it parboiled rice. Parboiled rice has a huge market in Nigeria. So they are concentrating on parboiled rice to sell to Nigeria. And they have a huge market. So can we also come up with research and development activities that can give us products that are sellable, that are marketable? Finally, there was the issue of how agroecology, how emphasis on local food systems and territorial markets can contribute to resilient food systems. What are the benefits? One of the benefits is that it leads to specialization, because this local food is produced, is processed at local levels. The people behind it know their environments, their food better than even those from outside. So there will be a tendency, they will have a tendency to specialize. And once they specialize, then they will innovate. And once they innovate, then they will come up with value-added products which will attract a lot of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. At least I see where the money is. Yeah, we can clap better than that if you have seen where the money is. Let me come to Clovis here. The questions that came through from, I think he's one of your students.
Oh, really?
Because he's so close to you on that side. Chibali, the gentleman from Chibali was close there.
Really?
And then your land friend here as well. He came through heavily when it gets to the curriculum.
Yes. Thank you very much. Mr. Matovu Hassan from Chibali, why are we having people moving from organic agriculture to conventional? And he gave an example of how people on market actually prefer tomatoes with the chemicals to those which are organically grown. I think in my earlier presentation about the barriers, I mentioned about over-advertisement of toxic interventions. Actually, we know very well that juice from bananas is much better than Coca-Cola. But the rate at which Coca-Cola is bought is much more than juice. It is now our duty as agroecologists and leaders to remove the knife from the child and hand a stick which is safer. And this is where we actually have to become aggressive in orchestrating the virtues of agroecological products so that they can actually overshadow the toxic ones which are in conventional production. Actually, anybody consuming salads with chemicalized tomatoes is actually committing suicide. Everybody knows that. And it's our duty really to help people out of that. Again, when you talked about shortage of labor, agroecological production systems actually demand less labor than conventional. This one I cannot explain just right now in this forum, but with more engagement, we can actually give you cases where you find that you actually use labor. The system itself can actually regulate itself if you consider things like permaculture and other production systems. My colleague from Kyambogo University, Robert Mulebeki, is actually wondering and worried like I am that when a person does agroecology, will this person be absorbed in the job market? When he asked that question, I remembered of a certain young man who was confronted with a problem of making a decision. He was in a certain organization, a project, which was about to end, and they promoted him. Then there was another one which was about to begin, and they offered him a job. Now, because of the promotion, he asked that, how do I cross to the other one when I'm promoted here? The other one said, do you want to stay with the winding up project, or you would like to join an upcoming one? So immediately he crossed and went to the next one. So we are getting to understand that conventional agriculture failed even to meet the Millennium Development Goals and is already being criticized of not doing well with the Sustainable Development Goals. Where is our future? If we cannot absorb people who are doing agroecology in our service industry, then we are getting it wrong. But at the same time, local government and the government of Uganda may be only employing a very small percentage of the graduates we get. But globally, the people, the job market is really very big if you can get some people who can contribute to the mitigation of climate change. And this is where you find agroecology lying.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's clap for Prof on that. That was well entrenched. So my brother from Chivali, you need to be online and make sure you're part of those forums that are discussing this and more. There is a question that came off Twitter, and I'm going to throw this to you, Kaija. It was about the packaging of content when it gets to agroecology. The terms we use, the language we're using. Are we communicating to farmers, or are we just talking as academia? And how best can we go past this? That's you, Kaija. I Juka rather. Sorry.
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. And yeah, indeed, I will acknowledge that oftentimes we get stuck in terminologies and acronyms and all these kinds of things, and we fail to package our information in a way that is understandable to the wider spectrum of the community that we work with. But I also want to acknowledge that there is a lot of effort that is going in towards unpackaging what agroecology really is, from understanding it from their principles and the elements, but also the practical day-to-day practices that are being done to really show that agroecology is not entirely a new concept. It's just, you know, a bit of a repackaging and enhancing the way things have been done, to add in a bit of science, you know, to make the farming system and the food system more, you know, more fit into the changing environment that we are in right now. So we, as PELUM Uganda, at least, we've come up with a number of products, information materials that are trying to really demystify what agroecology is, both agroecology in practice, but also understanding these principles and how they relate to the different practices. But also we look forward to having more of such interactions, but at a local level, where, and also we are seeing a bigger movement of actors cropping up. We have what we call the agroecology resource persons, and these are staff of the member organizations that have been trained in different parts of the country. So when you find these people interacting with the farmers, the conversation is much more simplified than when you find perhaps Dr. Clovis and myself talking to Mr. Rwakuba. So I think the information needs to be packaged in different ways for the different people, and our communications team is doing a good job, and we also recognize that we need to do much more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joshua. Someone here, I think this is to the fourth estate. Someone says that, Chamagiro, this is upon you and the media that you play more adverts of ecological products than Coca-Cola. Debbie Mokisa, if I can respond to this as a media practitioner, as a businessman, I think it goes back to the mindset. If our bosses that hire me understand that agroecological products are much more sustainable and the linkages business-wise makes more sense than Coca-Cola, maybe that would make sense to them. And I think it goes back to the knowledge gap that was earlier Ron alluded to. The powers that be from the farthest of this country to the last mile on the ground, if they don't seem to understand what agroecology is, even if I play the advert 10 times than the Coca-Cola brand, it will be the same cycle. So I think we just need to cover that. But yes, it has been taken upon that, and we'll cover that. Maybe last but not least, I think those were the questions actually we had. Any other question? One more question? Okay, 2, then we go for lunch, yeah? I don't want to hold people for long. Your name, please, and your question. And to who?
My name is Elia. My question goes to the gentleman who presented about the strategy. I think for me, we have an opportunity now to actually develop a strategy that is more comprehensive beyond the Ministry of Agriculture. Because I heard most of the discussion was about how we're engaging with the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay. But I think for me, agroecology is beyond the Ministry of Agriculture. I think the Ministry of Commerce and all these other ministries, I think we have an opportunity now to be able to extend our consultations, such that even when this appears for the cabinet, at least we have a buy-in from the different ministries, and then that makes our work a little bit easier. Thank you.
Samuel, you mind responding to that in time?
Thank you, dear participant. The steps that we are going to take now onwards, one of them is going we shall be consulting with what I called the multidisciplinary multidisciplinary team, which is going to be drawn from MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies. And we are talking of multidisciplinary because in agroecology we appreciate that it's not just about agriculturalists. We need economists, we need chemists, we need sociologists, we need communication experts so that we can address some of those issues of not sending a message in a manner which is not straightforward. So we are going to do that. And we shall actually also consult with the parliamentarians because they are the policy makers. That is going to be catered for.
Thank you. There was a question from a lady right there.
Thank you so much. My name is Naseje Rehma. I'm the coordinator for the Farmer Managed Natural Regeneration Network, working with Tree Talk Plus. It's really a concern, not a question directed to one particular individual, but I'm imagining if we are talking about agroecology here in this conference room, is there arrangement probably to take the same kind of setting to the lower levels, so in languages and terms that they understand, the implementers, the people that we want to put into action this agroecology. And then when we talk about unlocking barriers, I'm looking at an opportunity. Media is here with us today, but maybe at a more intensive kind of arrangement, can we have them as our partners? If we design a project, can we bring on board media houses to convey this message on a regular basis, not just a one-time advert or someone contract? Let them understand what we are talking about so that they can talk about them, a bit more comfortable. We know the power of media when it comes to convey things, when influencing policies, decisions and all that. So I hope we can make them our partners, like we have consortiums that have media also put into that. Then I think we also need to prioritize women. When we came here, they were calling upon panelists. We had to solicit a female participant to be there. I don't know if we did not have a qualified female participant earlier to sit on the panel. We need to hear, when you look at those photographs there, we are seeing more women doing these things. We are seeing more women in the gardens, but when we come to the workshops, we are seeing more men. Let's, you know, it's sometimes women are a bit shy, but let's influence them, let's give them the morale to come up. You know, with time they have to come up and speak. They are the people who are implementing these things. But they shy away when it comes to such platforms. We use too much English here probably. Can we have, you know, a session where someone can express their views? When you look at the panel, it's, you know, it's maybe ED, it's maybe a program person, maybe it's a honorable. We do not have a farmer there on the panel, you know? Let's give them an opportunity to speak. If it's, you know, we can have a session of someone speaking Luganda, Luo, Lusoga, and then someone translates.
I hear you.
If need be, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There is one guy dying to speak, but before he actually does, let me respond to the media alliance. Just to bring it to your understanding that PELUM is trying so hard to find a couple of journalists to train us on how to report, the best practices, the principles, and not only that, to maybe step us to the rightful knowledge on what content to relay to a public, to when to relay, because you cannot start to talk about agroecological conversations when they're campaigning for a councillor. It will be, you know, taken up in the heat of the moment. But we are going to that kind of arena to understand it. I don't want to be the only journalist to understand this even more. I need more people to actually be recruited to this, and that is already in motion. And we are allies. I think the whole conversation comes that media is expensive. I won't lie. Media is expensive. But we can only find allies in the different media houses, and we bring this together, which PELUM is already doing. And to talk about the issue in local languages, I was sharing earlier on with one of our colleagues, and I said, I want to hear a farmer speak. I want to hear a farmer, omulimi, in our mother tongue language, speak agroecology chechi mululimi oluzaliranwa. Because that's the only way we are going to understand it, and it goes back to what Ijuka was alluding to, the packaging of the content. Ndugu in the back.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chamagelo. I would like to introduce myself first. I am Mukalazi Francis. I work with the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives under the Directorate of SMEs in the Department of Business Development and Quality Assurance. Well, my main points are geared towards the strategy. I know it's a draft, but there's need to know which policy, from which policy is it being developed? Because then we can look at the policy, and then we get more focused. I know it's the beginning, it's still a draft, but we also look at other policies which may even be in other ministries and MDAs that can support the strategy. And if there's no policy, for example, that is directly in line with the strategy, then there is need to do a RIA and find out exactly the actual situation, whether the strategy is needed or there are other strategies already which can impact. For example, for us, we do mentor business innovations in terms of startups. Even farms do need this, because if they don't have it, you have many people producing, but they don't make profit. That is paramount. Once they don't make profit, it ends up being unsustainable. And an impact also to the environment, because they will think that maybe it is about space. And then the deforestation may come in, increase production, but again, the profit still may not come. So these things are paramount. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sam, you're going to respond to that. Okay, there is a lady in the back. Let me just have those two hands in the same row, and then we go for lunch. This is not my way of doing things. I really love people to go for lunch when it's lunchtime, but we can hold this.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I'm Masudo Margaret, small-scale farmer from Ajuman district. On Monday, we were in Ajuman district launching community seed bank, which seed bank will be storing all the local food plants and the seeds which are managed by local farmers. And in that launching, we had cookery demonstration for local food. And when we're inviting people, the local leaders, the production department for that day, and they were asking, what kind of things are these? We were wondering, why are they asking that? Among you here, I've seen very few white people here. Who doesn't know putting grasses under your plants and it holds water, it reduces evaporation rate? Who else doesn't know? This year I planted peanuts here, next year I plant maize, then the following year I plant that. Who doesn't know? Unless you are not a farmer. It beats our understanding when we talk about agroecology now, issues of we don't know how is the practice, how is this thing done. People, we are Africans. We know how we have been growing our foods. Let's not adopt cultures which is not ours. These are practices our great-grandparents have been doing, and it has saved their life. Others live 100 years without diet-related illnesses. They stayed healthy. Let us go back to it. We picked few leaves of some local plants which are neglected, and we cooked. We had over 200 people in that occasion. And we were able to feed them on that food. We never had anything like meat, anything like going to the market to buy something. All the food we cooked were picked within the local environment, not from the market. The tomatoes in the market which are sprayed, there are good talkings about it. But when you take the local food which is chemical-free, healthy, no one talks about it. People keep quiet, then they advertise for that. Because the produce, the yield is high, they even put more and more. For 1,000, they put you 7, 8. You see? That is a way of bringing down the agroecological practices. Please, let us speak from there. Begin by yourself, then go to your neighbor, see if it will not work. Our mother, Maeve, please protect us. Don't leave your children to suffer.
Thank you.
Because of policy issues.
Policy.
Protect us, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you. He really speaks from the heart of the farmers. Let me have, there was a gentleman down here, but I'll respond. Mr. Mkalas, I'm aware there is a lady on your table who can break down agroecology in Uganda in the simplest terms, right? I'll come to that a little later. There is a gentleman here. Your question in a minute.
Thank you so much. My name is John Chiwagalo. I come from Mukono and I work with Slow Food Uganda. Mine is actually a concern which I've been raising in different agroecological conferences, and I think I will need to raise it again, not until we find it solved. We are singing agroecology, but we don't walk the talk. That you find that we talk about agroecology, we discuss agroecology, but when we go for coffee, we drink Nescafe. So I don't know whether it is impossible for us to convince this hotel that we are organizing a convening, or we are organizing a symposium here for agroecology, and we have farmers who are growing coffee in Zimbabwe, who are growing coffee in Mbale, who are growing coffee in different parts of Uganda. If we can maybe support them by bringing their local coffee to the hotel so that the people who are going to come for the symposium can have this coffee taken, other than drinking this synthetic coffee, which we even don't know about. I think we should really work on that for the organizers and maybe for other practitioners.
Thank you.
One last thing, I just thank Joshua. He talked about the aspect of movement building. This is very important. Why? Agroecological farmers are intimidated by so many business people. A person comes, finds a farmer growing gooseberries, and asks that farmer, how many tons can you supply in a season? I'm telling you, this is impossible. Yes, it might be possible, but you know, supplying tons and tons is good, but it might not be like possible for an individual farmer to do that, more so for these neglected products. The most important thing here is to build networks, to have a movement of people growing these products so that if anyone is in need of acreage, tons and tons of that particular product, the network can come together to collect those products which can be supplied. Otherwise, let's not always demotivate them by asking, can you give me 7 tons per season, which is really not motivating these agroecological practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for him. He raises a very critical issue. Whenever we're coming here for these kind of workshops, I think we should pay attention to details, because farmers feel cheated, because we're drinking coffee and Nescafe to God knows who, and we are yet preaching about the agroecological kind of conversation. There is a lady at the back, Mukalazi, where you're seated, who can explain agroecology in the simplest terms in Luganda.
Sebo mwami kyamagero weebale nnyo.
Naawe nnyabo.
Erinnya nze Nabwami Christina nga ndi mulimi nviira Mityana. Wasabye okuwulira omulimi asobola okunnyonnyola ekigambo agroecology mu lulimi olunnansi Oluganda. Mu lulimi lwaffe olunnansi tuba tutegeeza okubeera nti tulima mu nnima yaffe eri enkadde ennansi yennyini bajjajjaffe gye baatandika nayo. Nga mu byo mulimu okubeera nti tukozesa ebintu ebitwetoolodde, tukozesa obusa obuva mu bisolo bye tulunda, tubika ensuku zaffe, tutema ensalosalo okwerulira amazzi okuyingira ennimiro, okubeera nti tusobola okukola nakavundira ava mu miti, mu bikoola, mu middo, ne tuba nga bye tukozesa mu nnimiro zaffe nga tetufuuyidde na ddagala eriri katale. N'olwekyo ffe ng'abalimi bwe tudda mu Luganda tusobola okutegeera ekigambo ekyo. Okuggyako nti bwe bidda mu Luzungu bireeta ebigambo bingi, osanga ebitubuzaabuza, naye nga agroecology y'ennima yaffe eri eyo ey'abajjajjaffe gye baatandikirako.
Tweyanziza. Tumukubireko mu ngalo omukyalo oyo. These are the very last questions I'm having, and these questions go to you, Alex. So, Sam, you have a question to respond to?
I relate to Commissioner.
Okay. Again, Commissioner, you have a question. These questions come from Mr. Moses Bieranga, staff from Kamuli. He says, we want a definition of agroecology in a short statement. That is one. What is the difference between organic agriculture and agroecology? Question 3. Shall we have some handouts about agroecology? Simple questions from Moses Biranga from Kamoli. Commissioner, all to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Once again, maybe I can start with that one. Agroecology is application of ecological principles to grow food, to produce food, and manage the environment and natural resources. It's application of ecological principles to produce food, to manage environment and natural resources. That's the definition. Then, what is the difference between organic agriculture and agroecology? Well, the borderline is thin, but simply agroecology is broader than organic agriculture. Organic agriculture is a subset of agroecology. Agroecology is wider in scope. There are about 13 principles of agroecology, yet we have 5 principles of organic agriculture. So agroecology is wider in scope and in application. That's what I can give. Now, on the issue of our handouts, it will depend upon the organizers, but this is the work in progress. That is what we want to do, to garner as much information, terms, practices, principles. We compile these and we distribute to our actors. I want now to run to the question from Mr. Mukalazi. I suppose is my colleague from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and is asking what policy is the proposed agroecology strategy targeted to, anchored on to. Now, procedurally, when we develop policies, we usually use terminologies like policy, implementation strategy, and then the RIA, regulatory impact assessment. Regulatory impact assessment is a government requirement. You carry out this study to find out the need for the policy, just to justify the policy. And then you produce the policy proposal and its implementation strategy. It can be implementation strategy or implementation plan. So those are the three documents that are usually required when we are seeking approval of a given policy. Now, a strategy like this one can stand on its own. This is a national strategy for development of agroecology, for upscaling agroecology. It is independent, it can stand on its own as a policy framework, which is acceptable. And it will not go to cabinet. No. This one will only stop at top policy management of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And once discussed and approved, owned and launched, we shall disseminate it. We shall disseminate it for implementation. Cabinet, we may just give a cabinet information paper. Now, if you want to be that procedure, we have the National Organic Agriculture Policy. Because we say organic agriculture and agroecology are one. So we already have an approved organic agriculture policy. So this National Agroecology Strategy can be tagged, anchored onto the NOAA. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Friends, let's clap for them. Okay, I'm going to give each one of you one minute with a parting shot, and then we go for lunch.
Thank you very much. I'm a member of the Church of Uganda, but I brought this book here, if you can see it. This is the Laudato Si, written by Pope Francis. This is a third copy from his library, which I happened to get sent to me. He talks about how he wishes to care for our common home. This is the earth. And he puts it as integral ecology. When I studied what he meant by integral ecology, I only found he meant agroecology, but only added in the spiritual aspect. In this book, you'll find agroecology and the spiritual aspect. And if you internalize it properly, it actually gives you the picture that you can imagine of the Garden of Eden. This is how God wanted us to manage this planet. This is what I have to say.
Thank you so much. All right, Samuel, your parting shots as we're finalizing today.
I can just say two things. As a country, we're already reaping benefits of agroecology, or call it organic. Loads of our coffee that we export is organic. Actually, UCDA is trying to promote the production of organic coffee. Number two, we need to inform the public that agroecology is not only for smallholders, but also for the commercial farmers. They can embrace, they can adopt the agroecological principles on their farms.
Thank you. All right, Alex, your parting shots in a minute.
Well, I had passed it on to him that we have Wugisu farmers that are exporting the organic Arabic coffee direct to the USA. The other issue I wanted to talk about, to make money, you need value addition. So we need to practice the concept of value addition. Value addition and commercialization. When I talked about commercialization, I didn't intend to mean extensification. There's a difference between commercialization and extensification. Large scale is extensification. Commercialization is value, producing for money. Start value addition on agroecological products, even at cottage level, we shall get the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, Mrs. Sempebwa.
Thank you very much. I would like to talk about the aspect of engaging media. I would like to communicate that in all the projects that are undertaking agroecology, we try as much as possible to include the aspect of communicating to the national and international communities via media. We use radio, we use TV, we use the local radio stations in the villages, we use the national radio stations, we use the websites, which are not necessarily media, but also a means of public communication and mass communication. So we encourage you to listen to the local radios, much as we know that many of you have busy schedules. We have radios in different languages, Luganda, Lusoga, Lugu, Bara, Ruo. So we are trying as much as possible. We don't have a big budget like government in civil society, but we are trying as much as possible to use media and approach us, ask us questions like others have asked questions, and we communicate about agroecology and we put it in the local language, in the local context, and we also want to bring as many consumer awareness on board, because unless they become aware of the benefits of agroecology to human health, to livestock health, to environmental health, they will not demand agroecology products.
That's true.
So wherever you are communicating, and even when you are inviting stakeholders to such platforms, involve consumers, invite them as a deliberate component of the audience. Wow. And I would like to talk about the concern of someone who is worried whether when you study agroecology you get a job, unless you want to work with government. But people we have trained in agroecology who are coming from senior 4, from senior 2, they get employment and get salaries sometimes, not always, but sometimes bigger than diploma holders from the formal education systems. They become employers of themselves and actually creators of employment for others. So don't worry, don't hesitate. Send your scholars to study agroecology. You'll never regret.
We won't regret it. Thank you so much, Mrs. Sempebwa. Ijuka, your parting shots. I know the pressure is so much on you, especially as CSOs and all. But what are your parting shots? Because in a way, they're commitment.
Yes. Thank you very much. Mine, I think I want to build on two what has been said earlier in terms of building a movement for agroecology. It is very important, one, to understand the forces against us. These are much greater. These are the lock-ins. You know, if you look at the food systems, they are very powerful, influential actors that benefit in the status quo. If you look at the investment in research for agroecology compared to the research for conventional, it's incomparable, you know, yet we expect the same results. So I think we need to really, as agroecology actors, strengthen our work, strengthen collaboration, because it doesn't do us any good to work in isolation. We need to come together. We need to see how do we build on each other's work. How do we amplify the voices? I like the conversation about bringing farmers to the forefront. As PELUM Uganda, we usually front the Eastern and Southern Africa Small-Scale Farmers Forum as the voice for the farmers. As you heard Masudio Margaret as the chairperson, as the vice chairperson, is very good and eloquent about these issues. You know, so we need to really work together, build synergies, and also operationalize some of the things we put in place. Like we have the National Agroecology Strategy, the National Agroecology Actors Platform, and the Regional Agroecology Actors Platforms. Can we make these functional? And then how do we link this to, for example, the International Agroecology Coalition, the Transformative Partnership Platform, such that the voices of the farmers can be amplified to the highest level possible, including some of the negotiations like the climate change negotiations that are going on. This year will be in Sharm el-Sheikh for the COP27. This is a very good platform for us to go and lift the banners for agroecology to counter the current narrative that is premised on industrial food systems that benefit the few. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for the panelists, all of us. I know their energies are going a little bit down, but now we're going to go for lunch. So without any further ado, we prayed when we were starting. Brother prayed for us. So we are going to go past the registration table, get your coupon, let's go have lunch. But we're going to have the lunch for only 45 minutes. I pray to God that that will be enough for us. As when we return, we're going to go in split groups, and we're going to focus on a couple of areas. And thereafter, we'll have a communique generated from those particular split groups we'll get after lunch. So let's go have some lunch. And I encourage you again, please sit with someone you didn't come with today. See you after lunch. Have a lovely afternoon.
Earth care, people care, fair share. These are the ethics of a sustainable world economy. We developed a method of farming that heals the planet while producing some of the most potent herbs for human consumption. Our founders believe that it is not only possible to provide employment to all the jobless people through agroforestry industries, but that it is critical to human survival, that we do this as a business, collectively. Rural community and eco-restoration, when done correctly, have proven to revive soils, uplift families out of poverty, and produce some of the most potent herbal medicines known to humankind. Ventry Innovations was born out of the need to bridge our African agroforestry company, Priceless Farms, with the global markets of pharmaceutical and natural products industry. Our approach to going public on the Canadian Stock Exchange is driven by the desire to become a globally recognized eco-restoration, natural products, and technology innovation corporation. We have built our group of companies around the central ideology that, working with nature, rather than against it, is the future of business. With the advent of blockchain technologies, we have developed a utility token which will enable anyone in the world to participate in the expansion of our model across the tropical world. Our forests are more than just herbal tapestries with vast spectrums of phytochemical molecules to exploit. They are remedies for global warming, and supply staple foods from the space between the trees. We call this our World Rejuvenation Platform. It is an adaptable climate-smart human-centric approach to creating large supplies of foods, fuels, fibers, and medicines for generations to come. Ventry Innovations is developing into 5 of the top trending markets in the world today: carbon offsets, herbal and natural products, agriculture land acquisition, biofuels, and education technologies to support the rural population's uptake of our systems that can spread throughout the tropics. The herbal industry is growing by 18% per year, while the growth of carbon offsets and food production are set on a major rise in the coming years. Vintry is perfectly positioned to make a major positive impact on our world. We need as many people as possible to invest in our mission, share in the global vision for a cleaner, smarter, and safer world. If you're looking to put your money towards real solutions, with real returns, consider an investment in Vintry, where money truly does grow on trees.
I am known by the name Sasio Grace, and I come from Soroti District, Soroti Sub-County, Obule Parish, and Otaba Village. Professionally, I am a farmer who was one time trained as a TOT. So as I talk, I am a TOT, and at the same time, I am a multiplier. I practice organic farming. I am also a TOT of organic farming. I majorly do compost making. I also do trench composting. Somehow not so much. I do water harvesting, which is not actually in a deeper way. I also do mulching. The carbon actually took me through a lot of experiences, whereby, first of all, much as I've been thinking that I am well versed with organic farming, but to the places that I reached, the farms that I was taken to through with the carbon, I found that there were so many experiences that I needed to have had before. And it is actually one of the opportunities that I've had again. I have quite experienced some of the pesticides which I've not been knowing how to produce. I've experienced some of the practices. I've experienced, actually I have reached to some bigger farms that I had never reached in this caravan period. I had never met a solar dryer drying products for export. But the process they took us through, actually, it was very, very impressive. To the organizers, I must say that I'm so grateful for what they organized for us farmers. Because what they took us through, being a lay farmer, I don't think I would have had that chance.
My name is Simwe Jody. I'm located in Wakiso town, Wakiso district. The village is called Choga. I'm an organic farmer, basically dealing in pastures for animals. I'm farming pastures for animals. I do keep goats and I keep cows. And my farm is located on 2.5 acres. It's a demonstration farm. Organic farming, it needs someone who is patient. For example, these people who are using like conventional farming, they like shortcuts. The Knowledge Center for Organic Agriculture has really helped me a lot. For example, we have done the training. Even right now we are training, getting knowledge, getting exposed, getting different networks for my other fellow farmers. When we visit different farmers, you really learn a lot. From the beginning of this caravan, I have met different farmers practicing in different, some are planting different crops, different from what I do. And actually I have also developed a feeling from here right away, I'm not going to stay in pastures only. For example, when I went to Guru Farm, I was really impressed with what they were doing. They had like greens on the side, they had turkeys, they had fish, goats. I would like to say thank you to PELUM Uganda. You have really helped me a lot. You have exposed me to different farmers. I've got networks, I've got connections. I really thank PELUM Uganda so much.
ettaka lyaffe likuuma bulungi n'okuba eggimu tetufuuyira buli lwofuuyira otta obuwuka buli obulenzi amabanga bino ziyitibwa fuutinya okuva ku paka kuno abamu bakola bbiri kitungo olwawo kagundi bwe kaba akatoka nga katono wapangisizza ate oyagala okola ekiki ekiriyo n'ofunza naye manya nti okufunza okwo bw'onooba okola ki bw'onooba osimba ekitooke kajja kuba kati nya wano okole fuuti mmeka emu ku emu wano onooyiwaki obukuta ne bubwe nga bw'oteekamu bwotyo bubulirage obukuta tomaasaamu